Holy shit.
Hey Max, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Hi guys. Leave for cigs and milk and never come back and you just throw up a stream without a hello. Look man, it is what it is. Alright? Guess where I am? I don't know where you are. Where are you? I'm not good at guessing games. $6,000 kilometers away from Edmonton. That's a long way away from Edmonton. That's quite a long way away from Edmonton. Do you know, happen to know what your UTC time code is? It's +10. Amsterdam right now. Nice. I'm still fucking mad about COVID ruining my planned trip to Europe in 2020. I'm fucking furious about that, dude. Legit. Canberra, Melbourne, Sydney, yes. I mean, I should hope so, considering I live in Canberra. I've got, what do I got? I've got one for GMT, I got one for Edmonton, so Mountain Time, I got one for here. Program in Sweden for 2 years. Oh, nice. Very nice. I'll switch over to the game window in a minute. I'll just give a few more minutes for people to turn up. Has Beepski put out the announcement? Because he's been on strike the last few times. $3 AM but can barely sleep. Yeah. Know that feeling. You might have been able to tell from how I sound, but I am, imagine my shock, once again fucking sick. The reason I'm sick this time is most likely because I bought pretty expensive tickets to go somewhere with the missus tomorrow evening. And of course that's not allowed. That is banned, illegal. And so the universe saw fit to, and mind you, I went to a hockey game on Saturday. So I already had a bit of a scratchy throat and a bit of a cough because I kind of shouted myself hoarse. So for several days I was in the fun no man's land of, have I just overstressed my voice or am I actually coming down with something? But I've had no fever or anything, so I thought, oh, it's probably just I've overstressed my voice, it's fine. Well, I'm now pretty certain I'm sick with something. I don't know what yet. I've got no fever or anything like that. I feel pretty much fine, except for the fact I'm coughing. And, I don't have a sore throat, even. My neck is a bit swollen, but, I don't have a sore throat or anything, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. And now I'm really fucking annoyed, because, the one time I actually wanted to go touch grass and made plans, I'm sick. It's great. Love it. Also, we got a really important presentation to do at work tomorrow, which I can do remotely, but would be a lot easier if I was in the office. So yeah, it's things are going great down here. It's wonderful. It's the best. Came back from the UK and ended up somehow being afflicted with shingles. I mean, given the state of the UK, she's lucky that's all it was. I'm surprised that at this point they haven't had a fucking resurgence of plague cases. Man, I miss the UK how it was, like, when I lived there. It had problems still. Like, the UK in the 90s had fucking problems. But I miss it. But, like, the UK now, what a fucking shithole, man. Like, I don't know if I even want to go back. Like, even on holiday. What a fucking shithole of a place. Like, fuck, everywhere's bad, but the UK is just speed running the decline into fucking apocalyptic bullshit. Needed this stream? Well, don't set your expectations too high, because I'm probably not going to deliver. I also don't know how long this stream will be, and whether there will be interruptions, because I may get a phone call. Or 3. But we'll see how we go. Yeah, like, I miss the UK as a place, but yeah, like, I don't fancy putting up with, like, the worst excesses of neoliberal hell plus insane race riots. Like, no, I'm good, thanks. I don't need that. The problem is she's like my father, where she's... where if it's just aches and stuff, she doesn't pay much heed to it. Yeah, same here. Like, the problem is... I was discussing this with my girl last night, actually, because, like, we have similar problems in this regard. We both live with, like, chronic conditions, and so for either of us, we don't actually know when we're sick until it's really obvious. Because, like, for example, most common symptoms of stuff are just my everyday experience. Like, oh, brain fog? Yeah, I have ADHD. That's my whole life. Like, there is never a point where I don't have brain fog. I don't know what it's like to not have brain fog. Like, even when I'm taking my meds, like, they help, but they don't get rid of it. Muscle and joint aches? Yeah, I have those all the fucking time. Like, I've got fucked joints, and my muscles get sore lots. So that's no help. Oh, a cough? Yeah, I get those plenty. Runny nose, well, I have allergies, so I get hay fever and shit. Like, pick a symptom. I have it on any given day. Headaches? Yeah, I get those all the time. I get fucking migraines. Nausea? I get that because I've either forgotten to eat, or I've eaten too much, or my stomach's doing something unpleasant to me. Like, it's just fucking annoying. With Alberta 24/7 for like 25 years, I can cope with whatever's going on there. I don't know, man. Like, it's pretty fucking bad. Alright, we should probably actually get GHPC going. I mean, it is going in the background, as you can hear, but switch windows. Give me a moment, please, chat. I may try and squeeze in some DCS, depending how long the stream runs. We'll see. But also, DCS has been really frustrating for me lately, because it keeps dropping my connection for some reason. Hello. Totally not Steve's spy account in some random channel. Got it. Hey Nev, good to see you. Okay, so, GHPC. It's been a while since I streamed, let alone stream this. There have been some updates. Rather than jump straight into an actual mission, we'll go to Grafenwörth first, because there has just been a lot added, and that would be the easiest way to catch those of you up who don't have the game yet, or like are just, you know, haven't played it for a bit. So we can now customize some stuff in missions. Not all of them, most missions. I think there's a couple where you can't, like Rally and one or two of the others. But there's a customizer, so you can change ammunition types, you can change some vehicle types, and basically it gives you a little more flexibility and a little more replayability in the existing missions, while the devs cook more complex stuff like infantry, the West Germans, like all that sort of fun stuff. So it gives you a bit more replay value for people who aren't insane like me and will just replay the same mission over and over again to try and improve at it and just get like hundreds of reps in. But also, because people have been asking, when are you going to add this tank, when are you going to add that tank, they don't want to fall into the content brain power creep meta bullshit that other games fall into. Even though that is the kind of slop that Zoomer gamers appear to like need on a fundamental pathological level. God, capitalism really has doomed the fucking human race, hasn't it? Anyway, they wanted to add a bit more stuff, but without it becoming an arms race. Because if you want arms race fucking power creep, my tank could beat up your tank bullshit, there's the modding community for that. And Harry, being an absolute sicko of the highest order, decided that he would just add a codex expansion. And so we got a codex expansion of older and more obscure variants of the existing tanks, and by more obscure I mean still produced in the hundreds if not thousands, because God bless the Soviet industrial, like, my brain has just blanked. Like their ability to ramp up massive industrial production of any given thing, and then just be like, no, actually, we'll do something else. So there's like the very early T-64, the original one with the 115mm gun. That was at one point retrofit with a lot of the equipment, like external equipment and so on, from the T-64A, and it was redesignated the T-64R. It is a very obscure variant. Not many people know about it. There were still hundreds of them built and in service. There's also the T-64A model of 1984, which is even less known, somehow, in English-speaking circles, and apparently a little discussed even in Russian-speaking circles. I think there were a couple hundred or a couple thousand of those. Yeah, that's been added too. So anyway, we've got this whole codex expansion. So, let's just hop into the free cam and have a look around. So, I don't remember if the BTR-70 was in the last time you guys saw me play, but there it is next to the BTR-60. That's come in with the Soviets. We've got, of course, our BMP-1P, our BMP-2, and our original BMP-1 over there. T-62, T-80B, and he's got the camera net. He's fully kitted out there. T-64B, T-64A, that is model of 1983. That's got the add-on high hardness plate on the upper glasses. BRDM, of course. The King PT-76. And we got some more T-72s. These two were the ones already in the game, but we got some more further back. So this is now the KPZ Kampfpanzer T-72 mit LEM, with LEM, which is the German abbreviation for laser rangefinder. So this is a base model T-72 hull and the original full cast steel turret. There's no composite in the turret, with the laser rangefinder, and the turret's built for the laser rangefinder. There's your T-72M1 with the high hardness plate. And then, of course, Bradley,
Hey buddy.
113.
And here I thought me being up late was a mistake.
Hey Josh, cheers for the resub, man. Good to see you. Please don't stay up too late on my account. Anyway, M60A3 TTS, yeah, that was already in. You got your Abrams, he was already in. The M60A1 Rise passive now has the IR lamp, so it's still a passive IR set. You can still see without active IR, but the active helps out if it's really dark. And then original base model M1, tow. But there's some more interesting stuff back here. This is where all the sicko shit is parked. And there's not even every model that's been added, like every variant that's been added to the game parked here, just the most noticeable ones. This is the real gourmet shit right here. This is the real sicko stuff. This is the T-64R. You may notice it looks a bit weird. It's got a kind of melty look to it. It's because it's got the original Object 432 turret. This is the original T-64 design, turret-wise. It's got the different spacing on the rangefinder. It's got the 115mm gun. But the thing that really gives it away is if we come over here, and we'll just pause for a second. If you look... I'll try and be a little less clumsy with the free cam. If you look on the turret, you can see these lumpy weld marks on the roof. That's because instead of the ultra porcelain balls, this thing has aluminium pockets. The original design called for ceramic cylinders. That didn't work out so well. And so they temporarily switched to these aluminium-filled pockets before they managed to get the ultra porcelain ball design to mostly work. But then, even then, there were production consistency issues, and that's why they went back to quartz in T80. But yeah, that's what that is. It's aluminium. And so the composite in this is kind of crap against kinetic rounds, but also the kinetic rounds this thing would have faced in its heyday when the T-64 first entered service would have struggled even with cast steel of that thickness, let alone composite. But yeah, against anything 1980s timeline, it's going to eat shit and die. But against cumulative effect heat rounds, it's still actually quite good. So, bit of a novelty there. And then it's got the original equipment layout with the... Sorry, you're going to see me doing this a lot, because now, as well as the coughing, I'm starting to get a bit plugged up. Fun. I love it. Yeah, so you've got the original equipment layout with the triple boxes on the side of the turret, which is just like top tier aesthetic. The gill armor. Harry even went turbo sicko on this and did the red paint on the wheel nuts, because these things would have been pulled out of storage and committed to reserves if need be. Like, these were in deep reserve. They weren't actually directly present in the group of Soviet forces in Germany. The engine deck's a little different too. It's like the exhaust is a little different in shape. It's missing that auxiliary exhaust port. I don't remember the exact purpose of it, but the T-64A has it. This doesn't. And also on the original equipment layout, you can see it's just got the single snorkel piece on the back of the turret instead of the two. And it's also got all the right-hand side tin work is stowage bins, whereas on the revised arrangement from 1975-ish onwards, it was fuel tanks on both sides, and they added an extra stowage bin on the back of the turret because they had more shit hanging off of it. But yeah, this is the T-64R. It's an interesting beast. Now, as I mentioned, it's a 115mm gun, but it's got split two-piece ammo. This was basically the proof of concept for the 125mm with autoloader. So this is still 115mm ammo, but it's not the same ammo as the T-62. They had to redesign it to split it into two pieces. And so you don't have the option to customize your ammunition when you're using this tank, because there isn't any option. It only got one type of ammunition, or like one set of ammunition manufactured for it, at least in any appreciable number. Here is the T-64A model of 1984. So it's got the high hardness weld-on plate, like the model of 1983, but here you can also see the right side, its right side, of the coincidence rangefinder is blanked off with armor plating, and the gunner's primary sight is now a TPD-K1, same as the T-72 laser rangefinder. So functionally, this thing, in terms of fire control, plays identically to the T-72, but in terms of mobility, armor, etc., it's a T-64. It's an interesting vehicle. So if this thing is the missing link between the T-60... Whoopsie daisies. The T-62 and the T-64, and you can really see that in the shape of the turret, then this thing is the missing link between the T-64A and the T-64B. Then, we come over here, and we've got the original Kampfpanzer T-72. This is the East German service variant of what people sometimes refer to as the T-72 Ural. It's the original T-72 variant. It's got the coincidence rangefinder, as on the early T-64s. It doesn't have any smoke grenades. It does have the engine smoke system, so you've got that at least, but no smoke grenades. No laser rangefinder, gill armor on the sides instead of the skirts. It's pretty old school and it's pretty cool. There's also another variant not present on Grafenwehr, but it's this vehicle, but similar to the T-64A model of 1984. The rangefinder has been blanked off, and it's got a TPD-K1 installed into it as a retrofit, and it's got that same second step cut to give clearance to the gunner's primary sight. So it also has the side skirts, and I think it has the smoke grenades too. So you've got this whole progressive upgrade of these tanks right through their service life, from basically, here's the initial version that the East Germans got, or here's the initial version the Soviets brought into Germany with them for the T-64s, and then you've got the progressive, here's the incremental upgrade of 1974, here's the incremental upgrade of 1976, here's the one of 1978, here's the one of 1983. So you've got their whole service life mapped out, and because of the realities of being, a large military with limited capacity to pull stuff away and retrofit it without weakening your readiness posture, as well as the usual material concerns of time, resources, personnel, etc., transport. These upgrades did happen incrementally, and so you would come across units that had an obsolete tank, or they had half of their tanks upgraded and half not. So you will come across these sometimes, even though by 1985 these might mostly be out of service or relegated to training units. You'll still see some, because you might bump into a unit that was mobilized from a training school because of wartime needs, or you might bump into a unit where they've had some tanks pulled out of out of reserve or out of storage or out of the the vehicle shop to make up for losses. So these are things that you see, and it's kind of something that flies over normies' heads, but very quickly you run into it when you start researching anything like this. Same with aircraft. It's why when people start splitting hairs about variants in DCS, you have to get into digging around technical orders and which serial number they applied from and which serial number they extended to, because not all aircraft would get the same equipment. Same thing with tanks. So, is it just me or does the turret that you're all kind of weird? It's probably because you're used to seeing smoke grenades on the front of the thing, and also because it's got the additional blockiness on the roof from the rangefinder. That's kind of cool. I accidentally synced up with the turret. But the other thing is the cheeks are not quite as thick as on the T-72M1. And that's noticeable on the T-72M as well, just that it's got smoke grenades in the way. So if you look at this is a great way to identify a T-72 cast turret from a T-72M1 composite turret. The T-72B turret's obvious because it's much bigger. Like, it's got the super dolly Parton inserts, right? But the original turret and the M1 turret are harder to tell apart. So you get up close and you look on the cheeks. So right here, under that lifting hook, right about there is where you look. Here it's smooth, there's nothing there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm really quickly going to scoot over to the T-72M1. And again, you'll have to just kind of ignore the... I'm really clumsy with the camera today. Ignore the smoke grenades. But see how this thing has that little ledge, like that little lip right there under the smoke grenades? That's a T-72M1 turret. It has the extra composite. And the T-72A is the same. It's got the composite in the turret. So that ledge and that little like overhang is what you're looking for. That's what signifies it. Because like you don't have any weld lines don't have any weld lines on the roof like you do on a T-72B from where they've welded the armor array into it. You've just got to look for that little ledge on the cheek. Anyway, let's go back over to the weirdos. Again, if we come back here, you can see it doesn't have that ledge, and it doesn't have the like the chamfer because the turret's not overhanging the driver's hatch by as far. Notice on the 72M1 it had the, like next to the ledge, it had a little chamfer on the bottom of the turret. That's to clear the driver's hatch because it just sticks out that little bit further forwards as it traverses past. So we'll go ahead and unpause. Sorry about all the coughing. Not much I can do. Oh, what's this? Some M60s. This is the master camouflage pattern. This was in use in the 70s. So not only have we got older variants, but we've got era-appropriate camouflage for some of the older variants. So, these two tanks look externally more or less identical. I think there's some very small differences in them, like maybe the air filter arrangements and which specific machine gun they have as a coaxial, but outwardly they look very similar. This one is an M60A1 AOS add-on stabilizer. This is where the Americans finally realized that not having a stabilized gun and or sight in 1970 whatever was like really fucking stupid, because right around the time that they were saying, oh, we need, you know, we can just wait for MBT 70, it's fine, we don't need a stabilizer in M60. Something happened. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Something happened which made the Americans absolutely shit themselves and scramble for all their lives to try and defucculate the M60 situation. Something. I'm not naming names here. Anyway, the end result of that was the M60A1 AOS, which basically took an M60A1 and whacked a sort of jury-rigged stabilizer setup into it. If you've wondered why the M60 in GHPC has such an awfully vibration-prone gun sight when it's moving, it's because the way the inside of this thing's turret is set up is a fucking Rube Goldberg machine, and that's something it inherited from the older Patton series. So, I almost want to launch up Prairie Fire now to demonstrate this, because they have interiors for it. We'll do it a bit later. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget, I need to boot up Operation Prairie Fire. No, SOG Prairie Fire, sorry, I can never get the name of it right. Need to boot up SOG Prairie Fire and show you the inside of the M48 turret. I mean, I could also boot up Steel Armor Blaze of War, but then, you would all contract... Those of you that don't have it already would all contract spontaneous autism just from seeing the interface in that game. So, I'll go with Prairie Fire. It'll be fine. But yeah, basically the reason for that is the way that the sight is linked to the gun is unhinged in more ways than one. And so trying to stabilize that whole arrangement, it was a mess. It was a mess, Jim. It was fucking a disaster. So, the fact that the AOS worked at all is a small miracle, and you just kind of have to deal with the jankiness of the whole setup. But yeah, that's the M60A1 AOS. Differences between this and the M60A1 Rise Passive, other than some minor external equipment like the air filter design and coaxial gun and stuff like that. You also have active night vision on these older M60s. It doesn't have passive. So remember, I showed the Rise Passive now has the spotlight as well. It doesn't need it, but it's helpful sometimes. This needs it. This really needs it. Because it's got an older gen IR sight. There's also, similar to the T72 and T72M1, the M60 also got a slight cheeking up during its service life. And I'll go back to the M60A1 Rise Passive and the M60A3 to show you it, because I think those two have the different cheek arrangement. But yeah, so this is your M60A1 AOS, which means this is your actual OG M60A1. It's an A1 because it's got the needle nose turret. The original M60 No Index had the more rounded off turret, similar to the M48. Not similar to, basically same as the M48, in general shape, maybe armor layout, I'm not 100% sure. This thing is a fucking shitbox. This thing is so garbage. I love it. It's just, it's so terrible. It loops right back around to being wonderful. Yeah, this is prime shitbox territory. This is an early 1970s spec M60. This thing, even against T62s and T55s, this thing is really struggling. Unless you're fighting from a fixed position. And if you're fighting from a fixed position, you'd better hope that you're hull down, because you can't really move or jockey, because it's unstabilized. Every time you move, you completely lose your point of aim. Every time you fire the gun, you completely lose your point of aim, because it jostles the tank around. Yeah, it's horrible. It's fucking just a piece of shit. I love it. Whereas, this guy is still pretty bad, but at least he's got a stabilizer, so you can shuffle around a bit without losing your aim completely. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to scooch back to the more modern, air quotes, modern M60s, and I'll point out that turret cheek difference, and then we'll drive some of this shit around so you can see what it's actually like. So, M60A1 Rise passive. Fuck, I am so bad with these camera controls. Way too uncoordinated. Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. The rise passive has been cheeked up as well. So, this is what I meant by cheeked up. See this? See how it bulges slightly around the bottom of the turret? Now let's go back to the AUGs. Yeah, the 50 cal has a decent elevation to it. See? It's thinner. It's much thinner. It's actually kind of concave if you look at it from the gun mantlet. So on the later M60s, they just cheeked it up. They added a bit more armor to that part of the turret. I also didn't notice. Did the other ones have grab rails? These have grab rails. I don't remember the other ones having them. Maybe they did and I've just never noticed because I am God's most observant creature. Oh, I am God's most observant creature. Check that out. I never fucking noticed they had grab rails on the side of the turret before. Been playing this game for how long? Also, they redid the MERDC camo paint on the newer M60s, and you'll notice that the M60A3s, because they don't have the active spotlight, because they don't need it, because they've got a thermal sight, or at least the M60A3 TTS does, there's a chance that they'll spawn with a spare road wheel half up there instead, which is quite cool. And was a pretty common thing. Hey Jeff, good to see you, man. Does it stream anymore? I mean, I stream sometimes. I just don't have a lot of time for it anymore. Right, let's drive some of these shit boxes. Let's start out with the M60A1, so I can show you just like how truly fucking awful it is. We'll drive it down to the range. Kindly enlighten us as to what inspired the US Army to finally put a stabilizer on the M60. That thing right there. When they saw that thing, I mean, even with the T62 it was pretty bad, but when they saw that thing, like, I haven't come across redacted and publicly released CIA documents from when they came across this for the first time, but I have come across redacted and publicly released CIA documents from when they encountered... They weren't sure. They name it as T-72, but I suspect they kind of had they thought the T-72 and the T-80 were the same thing. This happened a lot during the Cold War. The West had really no fucking clue what the Soviets were doing 90% of the time. Like a lot of... Even like the public... sort of popular public military analyst stuff like Janes or whatever, they would get shit wrong like 5 or 6 times on the same page. Which actually, I want someone to make... If any GHPC modders happen to be watching this, stop adding fucking M1A2 SEP V3s and fucking American ERA and fucking T80 UK fucking model of whatever. Stop with the power creep shit. Get rid of that. Fuck that off. There are 2 things I want from you, GHPC modders. One of them is start making your own missions, because if there's one thing that would actually be like good for the game, it's more missions, because the devs can only make so many. And the second thing is open up like an old copy of Janes or something from the 70s and look at what they think a T64 is, and then make one of those, because it's fucking great. It's like this weird hodgepodge of like a T62, a T60, like an actual T64, a T-80, and then some other shit they just completely pulled out their ass. It's fucking brilliant. I love it. To be fair, the Soviets didn't know what the Soviets were doing half the time. Look, don't be mean to Gosplan. He's just a little guy, and it's his birthday, alright? He can't help it. But yeah, like, they had very little clue of what the specifics were. Like, they knew the Soviets were working on this new tank, and it's low, squat to the ground, it's got an auto-loaded gun, 125mm, they eventually worked that out. For a while they thought it was a 120. Hi Darth, thanks for the raid. Good to see you, man. Hope you've been keeping well. Welcome, guys. Yeah, so they got the general gist, but they didn't know the details. But anyway, there's a report from 78, I want to say. I've got it saved on my PC somewhere. It's up on the CIA reading room as well. But there's a report from, I think, 78, where they're trying to estimate the threat posed by the T-72. And again, I don't know if they're referring to a T-72B, a T-80. They're probably referring to some mix of all of those. But they've got like the upper bound and lower bound estimates of its armor and all of this stuff. They were fucking shitting themselves. Like, I'm not joking. The first time I read that report, I was in stitches because it is just so funny. It's so funny. They were so fucking afraid. Like, they were genuinely terrified of it. It's great. Did you see the turbo pancake that Snail added to the Snail game? Is it one of the weirdo T-64-oid prototypes? Like the Object 43 something? I think there was one 775. Oh, yeah, I think I know which one that is. Is that the one that's a T-64 hull with the fucking super it's like a Starship, but T-64, and also probably less shit than a Starship. Not that that's a high bar to clear. Can we just have a moment to appreciate the M60A2? A tank so profoundly fucking trash that the US Army withdrew them all from service within like 5 or 6 years or something, and then almost immediately converted all of them into either bridge layers or back to M60A1s or A3s. Like, they just tried to fucking erase that thing from history. Like, man, no, we fucked up. We fucked up. No, we can't have this thing floating around. We're just gonna... No. Get rid of him. Make him go away. People keep asking for the Starship in GHPC, and the desert just like, if that tank was so shit the US Army don't want people to know it existed, we're not adding it to the game. Like, the team, especially Harry, have a great love of shit boxes, but, like, that only goes so far. Not far enough for the Starship, sadly. Turbo Flat has a adjustable suspension functioning two-plane stabilizer. Yeah, it's quite a cool thing. There were quite a few Soviet prototypes that had that pancake form factor, even more so than the actual T-64. There was another one, it was Object 7 something, I forget the actual number, 770 something, I think. It might have been 770, I don't remember. But it was a heavy tank. It was, I think, during the same sort of time that the 55 was entering service and the T-64 was still, you know, early in its design. It was still like, might not have even hit Object 432 yet. It might have still been 430. But anyway, this thing, they put it in, like, World of Tanks, at least what they could glean from the napkins it was drawn on. I don't know if they ever built it in metal. It was designed, but I don't think it was ever built in metal. And it was really pancake. It was very long and skinny and very squat to the ground. Had like a 122mm gun in it. Very cool looking vehicle, but probably very practical. Long and skinny usually doesn't work too well. Anyway, yeah, this thing here is the reason the Americans shit themselves and started putting stabilizers and things. Now, Actually, that's being unfair to the Americans. They had projects to put stabilizers in patterns as far back as I think the M46. The problem is, it just didn't happen. Just didn't happen. Don't know why. Might have been the usual MIC grift where they just go, oh, please give us more money. We can't quite afford to bring the project to closure. And then they just burn the money and never actually produce anything anyway. Boy, isn't it great to have a military-industrial complex. It could have been that. It could have just been that they didn't see an actual operational need for it at the time. It could have been that Congress wouldn't approve the funding. I don't fucking know. But anyway, they did want to do it. They just never got around to it. Until T-64 arrived and they went, oh, fuck. We actually need this now or we're going to die. Are we gaming? Kind of. We'll get to the gaming eventually. Might the US also shit themselves and created F-15 for a similar... Yeah. So the F-15 was because they looked at the MiG-25 and went, oh my god, look at the size of its wings. That thing is going to have such a fucking... such a low wing loading... It's going to be super maneuverable, because they thought it was a standard fighter made of, duralumin and composite, and it was going to operate at normal altitudes. And if that was indeed the case, then yes, it would have God's own wing loading and turn inside its own asshole. However, it wasn't one of those. It was built partly of nickel steel, partly of titanium. It did use titanium, just only as much as, or as little as they could get away with. I think I've got into the... Fuck it. We'll get back to tanks. I haven't had my meds today, can you tell? I think I've got into this on stream before, but just to square off this thing, for anyone that hasn't heard it, the MiG-25 did use aluminium where they could get away with it, because it's cheap and it's lightweight. And, as much as possible, you need an aircraft to be lightweight, or it's not going to fly. Or if it does, it won't perform well. So, everywhere that wasn't heat critical, aluminium. Places that were heat critical, but they could get away with some extra weight, or they needed the extra strength as well, or there was certain other things, nickel steel. Specifically, it had to be the right alloy of nickel steel. And that meant it was also easy to work with, because steel is piss easy to weld. So instead of dealing with rivets and all that, you just weld the steel. Great, you got a strong welded structure that's easy and quick to assemble. Great, the only problem is it's heavy. Where they needed heat resistance greater than what the steel could deliver, or they needed heat resistance and lightweight at the same time, they used titanium. The reason they didn't use titanium for the whole fucking thing, or, still use steel instead of just titanium in all of the places they needed heat resistance, titanium is a fucking pig to work with. Really annoying to work with. To put it in perspective, part of the reason that Russia only recently gained the ability to start refitting and building new Tu-160s is because the plants that did that were in the Uzbek Soviet Socialist Republic, I think. I'm pretty sure they were in Tashkent. They were in one of the Central Asian SSRs, but I'm pretty sure it was the Uzbek SSR, because Tashkent had a lot of aviation stuff going on in it. Russia didn't have the facilities within Russian borders to deal with the kind of processes you need to build an aircraft using titanium. They did have plenty of facilities to build submarines out of titanium, but that's a whole other thing. You can't just plug and play that shit. Titanium's a fuck around to work with. It has a bunch of material properties which you kind of don't want if you can avoid them. It's trade-offs, right? Swings and roundabouts. So the Soviets needed a shit ton of interceptors to defend their very large border. That means they needed a shit ton of MiG-25s to deal with the faster intruders like the expected Valkyrie, which never ended up happening, and SR-71s. And yes, they could intercept SR-71s. No, I don't care what excuse people have. The whole, it couldn't intercept, that just betrays a complete lack of understanding of the subject matter. and the process with which you would conduct an intercept on a target like that. But anyway, yeah. So because they needed a lot of these things and they needed to produce them quickly at scale, they avoided titanium where they could, because that would slow the whole thing down. Just because they had a centrally planned economy doesn't mean that cost wasn't a factor, just the terms of that cost are different. You're looking more specifically at labor value of extracting the materials, working with the materials, transporting materials, all that stuff. Like, you're dealing with the more raw expression of value versus MIC grift, where they just add a couple of zeros to the price because they feel like it, and then you have to take that at face value, otherwise you don't get it, because Lockheed Martin is like holding half of Congress by the balls. So, like, just because you're a centrally planned socialist state doesn't mean you get to ignore things like price. It's just that prices are different. Like, it's expressed in different terms and it means different things. But anyway, so yeah, titanium's a fuck around to work with. Again, I haven't taken my meds. How the fuck did we get onto the topic of the MiG-25? Oh, right, the Americans freaked out. Yeah, so they thought, oh, it's going to be a super maneuverable aircraft, which is what actually was happening with the MiG-29 and Su-27. So really, it's kind of funny. The Americans preempted what they actually needed to build the F-15 to respond to, if that makes sense. It's a weird thing. Like, the MiG-25 comes along. It is designed for one specific task: high altitude, high speed flight. That's the only thing it's meant to do, is high altitude, high speed flight, and it has to be able to maneuver at high altitude, which nothing else can really do. Because when you're up in Coffin Corner up there, like, the SR-71, I think, has, like, it can make maybe a 2G turn at most when it's in its sort of operating altitude and speed range. The MiG-25 can actually maneuver, which is, like, most aircraft can barely handle that altitude in a straight line. So anyway, yeah, like, it had big wings to get it up to high altitude and allow it to turn at high altitude without dropping out of the sky, because it'd be up in Coffin Corner. So the Americans saw that and went, oh fuck, it's going to turn inside its own asshole. Time to build a jet of our own which can turn inside its own asshole. And again, they looked at the size of the engines and went, oh fuck, it's going to have God's own thrust-to-weight ratio. If it was made of aluminium, yes. But it wasn't. It was made of steel and aluminium and titanium. So it actually has a pretty bad thrust-to-weight ratio. It's like 0.5 something in its normal sort of operating weight.
RPG team.
Hey, Chocolate. Cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, then the MiG-29 and Su-27 do have God's own TWR. So the MiG-25, it's kind of interesting. You look at the MiG-25, the Americans go, oh fuck, and make their own MiG-25, what they thought it was going to be, which is the F-15. And at the same time, the Soviets are already working on new, more maneuverable fourth generation jets. But then they look at what the Americans are doing with the F-15 and go, huh, we must have been onto something with that layout. And then they, you know, the MiG-29 and Su-27 have kind of a similar layout, but they've got some additional things like the leading edge route extensions and all that fun stuff. So it's kind of funny, like the MiG-25's layout gives you the F-15, and then from that you get the MiG-29 and Su-27, but also that calls back to the MiG-25, so it's like the Soviets were inspired by themselves via the Americans. It's kind of funny. Because if you look at prior to the, so the Su-27, for instance, the T-10 program, prior to them adopting that layout, that they, you know, the actual layout we recognize, know and love as a Su-27, the original, like the earliest T-10 prototypes looked kind of like a melty Hornet, a melty oversized F-18. And prior to that, the project which was kind of filling the slot that T-10 took was actually a Su-15 upgrade. It was the Su-19, and it was going to be a Su-15 with uprated engines, 2 additional weapon hardpoints on the wings, and it had the ogival wing of the original T-10, that, like the melty F-18 wing. It's a fucking gorgeous aircraft. It's a real shame they never actually built one in metal. because it would have been beautiful. It's like all the things I like about the Su-15, but with that really beautiful swoopy wing shape. It's just... There were scale models built of it to demonstrate it, but they never actually built one in metal. I don't know how far the design progressed. I haven't seen like blueprints or anything, but... MiG-31 as well, but it had a different job. Yeah, the MiG-31's kind of a weird thing. The MiG-31 isn't so much a replacement for the MiG-25 as people think. It's a replacement for a number of things. The main design brief for the MiG-31 was actually not we need a MiG-25 but better, it was we need a Tu-128 but better. So the Tu-128 was, you know, a great big thing that covered the far north, where often you would either just not have radar ground stations, or the weather would fuck with the radar ground stations, because it's the Arctic Circle, right? And so the Tu-128's job was to be kind of a more far-roving, longer range, longer endurance, heavy interceptor, and they deploy in basically a broad front and try and act like a screen against the border. And they didn't have the most ideal radar to do all this, so, you know, they did what they could with the technology at the time. But they needed to improve that capability. And bear in mind as well, the Soviets only had very, very few AWACS aircraft. Those were quite few and far between. So they needed something that could lock down a wide sector of the border independently of either ground control or AWACS. And so that was part of the design brief for the MiG-31. Another part of the design brief for the MiG-31 was it had to be able to engage low-altitude targets, either B-52s hugging the Earth, B-1s hugging the Earth, or cruise missiles. Cruise missiles was the big one. They needed to be able to actually engage and destroy cruise missiles, because those are the real nasty shit, right? They're hard to find, they're hard to hit, and usually they, like at that point, they're going to have a nuclear warhead on the end of them. So that was the MiG-31's main role, and then they just adapted the MiG-25's general design and worked from that, because fuck, if we're doing this, we also need something that's fast at low altitude, because cruise missiles are pretty quick. So it needed to be able to go fast, down low, and spot things, so better radar. They basically redesigned the wing, because the MiG-25 had issues with wing flutter at low altitude and high speeds. That's why it's barely supersonic, and really, if you're sticking to the service limits, it's basically subsonic at low altitude. It's because you start to get flutter in the wings, I think the ailerons specifically. So the MiG-31 had a more sort of beefed up wing structure, so it could go supersonic at low altitude with no issues. And then it still had to have the high altitude speed and maneuverability as well, so that's where that comes from. The MiG-31 goes even further. The MiG-31's essentially, each 31 is like a baby AWACS / GCI station. It's the back seat of it. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Some of you will have, but if you ever see a photo of the back seat of the MiG-31, like you look at the back seat of a Tomcat or, you know, a Phantom or something like that, an American two-seater with a radar guy in the back. It's like, yeah, the back looks pretty cool. He's got a scope, he's got some controls for the radar, then he's got flight instruments, usually. The back seat of the MiG-31, as well as flight controls and instruments, you can fly it from the back seat. That's why there's a periscope there. It looks like a fucking SAM control station. It's nuts. There's screens everywhere. It's got the great big scope for the Zaslon. It's got another 2 or 3 scopes beside it, like vertical ones and like all sorts of shit. It's incredible. It's like fucking mission control back there. And part of the reason for that is because Zaslon is such a powerful fucking radar, especially for that time. So capable. But also because the MiG-31 was designed to operate on a ship-to-ship data link with other MiG-31s. That's how you get that broad coverage. Each MiG-31 is covering about, I think it was like 250, 500 kilometers of border or something. So you can, between 4 MiG-31s, you can cover like over 1,000 kilometers of the Soviet border. So they've got a ship-to-ship data link, and they can guide each other, like they can buddy guide each other's missiles. Remembering that the R-33 isn't active radar homing, it's semi-active. But also the Zaslon, being a piece of radar, it can guide multiple semi-active missiles at once, because it's just kind of pinging all at once. It's doing that wonderful electrically scanned thing. That's not all it can do. the MiG-31 can act as a flying command post for any PVO interceptor equipped with the right GCI data link. So, like, your MiG-23P, your MiG-25P, your Su-15, especially the later models of Su-15, your Su-27, it can issue interception commands to all of those. So the guy in back isn't just looking for targets and controlling your own weapons, he's potentially guiding other PVO assets onto things that you can see, but they can't. So it's a really impressive aircraft. It's a lot more than just a beefed up MiG-25 like people tend to think it is. I am so far behind on chat. Oh my god, let me catch up for a moment. No shit, the space fucking shuttle had lots of aluminium bits. It's an aerospace staple. Yeah, and there's a reason, because it's the optimal material unless you've got to do heat resistance. It's light, it's reasonably strong when it's built correctly, like with the right structure and reinforcements. It's what you need, and it's pretty easy to work with too. Burn the hair off my arm multiple times trying to weld weldable titanium exhausts. Yeah, it's not fun to deal with. And not something you can really do when you need to work at the scale that the Soviet aviation industry did. And that's the thing too, like with the Americans, after sourcing their titanium from the Soviet Union through a number of front companies, which is one of my favorite bits of Cold War deep lore, the A-12 and the SR-71, they didn't build that many of them because it's hard to work with titanium at scale. Like it's like artisanal fucking Etsy kind of shit, right? You can't do it on a large scale. Couldn't do that with the 25. Hey Yuki, good to see you, man. Hope you've been keeping well. I think the US was looking around at Allied tanks at the time and they almost all had stabilizers and went, yeah, shit, we need to get on that. It's ironic because I think the Americans were the first ones to stabilize their tanks guns in World War II. They started adding stabs to the Shermans quite late in the piece, but the crews never used them. They just leave them turned off because I don't know, it was an extra thing that they had to maintain. They didn't fully trust it. It wasn't actually very good being, a first-gen stabilizer. And a lot of the time they didn't need it because doctrinally you were still firing from a short halt if you were moving, like if you were conducting fire movement at all, like, assuming you weren't just sitting in a static position shelling the crap out of some Germans holed up in a building somewhere. Yeah, like there wasn't a perceived need for it. It was a maintenance pig, so they just fucking never used them, even when it was built into their tanks. And then from there it just kind of turned into, well, if they aren't using it, fuck it, we don't need it. And then every time they decided, maybe we should try it again, it's just like, no, fuck it, we don't need it, until TCC-4 turned up, and it was like, fuck it, we do need it, oh my god. Both Leopard A1 and Chieftain both had 2-axis stabs. Centurion had a 2-axis stab. Centurion. In fact, I'm pretty sure the Centurion introduced 2-axis stabilization. I don't remember if it or the T-54 had it first, but they both had it within a very short time frame of each other. And the Americans did sit up and take notice when the Centurion had it. They just, for whatever reason, never seriously pursued it at that point for their own tanks. .25 has decent low-speed turning, actually. Recently published Iraqi manual shot. Ooh, interesting. I will have to have a look through those at some point. Oh yeah, Super's got my back with the Centurion. We've got to fight in the Centurion's corner since nobody who's mentally healthy will do it. It's an interesting tank. I have a huge soft spot for the Centurion. Probably biased since I've ridden around in them a few times, but yeah, like it's one of those tanks where it's hideously overrated, probably because it's British and the Brits will claim everything they do as the greatest thing since sliced bread, even when half the time it's dog shit. But yeah, it wasn't actually a good tank. It was pretty. It benefited from its context, put it that way. It was overweight for the its armor was really bad for its size and weight. The gun was okay. when they bought it out to 105, it was pretty good. But like it was never a good tank. It was just well utilized by the people that had it. But it was a cool tank. I like it. I really have a big soft spot for Centurion. But like if you talk to any, particularly Russian, or probably any like former Soviet realm tank enthusiasts, and you say, yeah, Centurion was pretty cool, they will look at you like you've just grown a second head and then burst out in fits of laughter. Like if you want to have a good opinion of like which tanks are good and which tanks are garbage, find like a non-nationalistic Russian and ask them. And then just like watch the expression on their face as you bring up different tanks, and that gives you your sort of metric of, is a tank good or is it a piece of shit? You'll notice like M1, yeah, it's pretty respectable. M60, Centurion, they're going to be on the floor. Just so odd considering British Doctrine was just dug in positions over and over. I mean, a stab is still useful in that case, because when the tank fires, you don't want it jolting the gun around. You want the gunner to be able to maintain line of sight on the target, see the effect. When you're shifting between positions, you might need to fire on the move, like to cover yourself as you run away. Or even when you're in a position, you may need to like back down slightly to get in defilade to restock your ammunition or whatever. There's no reason not to put a stabilizer in a tank, like, honestly, unless you literally don't have room. I think, super about the Sherman's stabilizer, I think that Conqueror as well had something kind of similar. It wasn't fully, like, it wasn't a proper stab, so to speak, but it was stabilized in such a way that it meant that if you had to fire off a short hole, it would be a little less painful to do. I don't remember the exact arrangement, but I know it wasn't like properly stabilized to the point where firing on the move even at low speed was a thing you would really want to do. But yeah. Guess it was a case of the Sherman system not being great, and they sort of slept into getting an upgrade for that. Yeah, the Americans do that a lot, especially aerospace stuff. Helmet-mounted sights, the fucking VTAS, they had that shit before the Soviets did. Decided, oh no, we don't need this. Slept on it. Soviets get it, suddenly the Americans go, oh fuck, actually we should still have that. Like, what the fuck? What were we thinking? Infrared search and track, the Americans had it before the Soviets did. Slept on it. Soviets have it, link it with the helmet-mounted sight. Oh my fucking god. Like, this is the thing. The Americans will invent something really cool, and then they don't know how to use it. Like, they have no fucking concept of why it's a good thing. They're just like, oh, neat toy, but, like, it's useless. Fuck it, don't need it. The Soviets kind of, like, I don't know if, like, maybe this is vibes-based thinking. A fucking cardinal sin for someone that wants to think they're materialist, but the Soviets kind of, by nature of that, it's not really vibes-based, because, like, the material reality the Soviets had to work with of, like, they just had less resources to throw at things, and they were a bit behind in certain areas. They had to take any advantage they could get, and so they quite often ended up with these interesting integrations where, like, sensor fusion. The Americans came up with sensor fusion in the sense of, like, data link before they came up with sensor fusion in one aircraft, and then they kind of combined the two of those and they ended up with something actually really good way later than they should have. The Soviets kind of developed both independently-ish, but when they had the sensor fusion in one aircraft, it was like they got the infrared search and track, and they're like, okay, this is pretty cool. Then they got the super maneuverable close-range dogfighting missiles, which the Americans also had, I think, if not first, then around the same time, but decided they didn't need, because BVR is the future. Someone please tell me how many BVR kills have, like, ever happened in air combat. I'll wait. But yeah, like, they combine those two things and they're like, we're onto something here. Like, even in the MiG-23, you can use those systems in unison to slew the missile seeker onto something and pop an R-60 off at it, or an R-73 on a MiG-23 MLD. So it gives you that close dogfighting ability, even in a MiG-23, like a later model MiG-23. And then MiG-29 and Su-27 come along, and they were testing the actual helmet sights in MiG-23s. It never got it operationally, but there were prototype MiG-23s that they used as test beds for this stuff. So they were making like helmet-targeted shots with R-73s off of MiG-23s in testing. And then the MiG-29 and Su-27 come out with that. They've got an infrared search and track, they've got highly maneuverable infrared guided missiles, and they've got a helmet-mounted sight. So the pilot can queue up a missile shot by looking at something, pull the trigger, you're dead. And for some reason, like, the Americans had all of these technologies, if not before the Soviets, then around the same time as the Soviets, but they never made that critical link of all of these things in isolation are cool toys, but not that useful. But if you combine all of these things together, as soon as you reach the merge, you're God. Like, you are actually God. And then you combine that with the reality of it doesn't matter how big of a wall of F-15s you have or how many Sparrows you shoot from beyond visual range. Not going to happen because your IFF isn't good enough to let you do that unless you're fine with shooting down half of the Luftwaffe. Yeah, it doesn't matter about that. The Soviets are going to get something through. They're going to get something through. You can't shoot them all down, and then once they get something through and they're within visual range, you're in deep shit because you have no answer to what they have. And if you listen to a lot of the interviews with German MiG-29 pilots, you'll hear this come out, is like, when the Americans talk about it, there's always, oh yeah, we lost some, but yeah, at the end of the day, we came out on top. Yeah, no. You listen to the Germans, they're like, we would reliably win every single fight when it came to the merge. They would murder us up until the merge, but when it came to the merge, they had no answer. It's like, yep. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. The Americans will invent cool technology, but they don't have an appreciation for why it's so important and like what you can combine it with, or at least they didn't. They're getting better at it now, I think, but still kind of all over the place. And I'm sure there's probably reasons for that I could rant about for another 5 hours, but yeah, probably a similar thing with tanks. Sherman Dryer is very funny, considering it just kind of existed in a weird zone of useful but not also useful. Yeah. Do you know them? Gerbil, don't push your luck, buddy. Sat MiG-21 3 weeks ago. Nice. I haven't been able to yet. I've had a few close encounters with them, but I've yet to actually get a chance to sit in one. Two-axis stab is still useful for short stops. Soviet Doctrine has short stops for shooting at this point as well. Yeah, everyone did. I mean, even with a modern stabilizer, like, certainly 80s kind of tech stabilizers, it's still not perfect for shooting on the move. Like, shooting on the move. Hey, Enigma. Cheers to the sub, man. Good to see you. Even 80s standard shooting on the move is, like, walking pace at best. Like, the kind of speed where you can really engage with any useful accuracy on the move in something like an Abrams of this era is, like, about 20 kilometers an hour. A human can run faster. A well-trained human can run faster than that. So yeah, like, you're not going to be bucketing across Central Europe at fucking top speed, blasting 5 holes on everything. Probably not even now, but yeah, at the time it was it was more so to keep the gun generally on target and to keep the gunner from getting too, like, fatigued from the gun sight bouncing around. In fact, if you go back to the very early development of stabilized stabilizers in tanks. Around the same time the Americans were putting them into Shermans, the Germans were experimenting. The Germans immediately ran into the problem of all our tanks have ridiculously long, heavy guns, to the point where, like, their turrets are comically unbalanced. If you drive a Panther up too steep of a slope, the turret will just drunkenly swing around because the turret motor can't exceed the fucking terrible imbalance of the thing, because we design tanks goodly. Deutsche Ingenieurskunst. Fucking incredible. Yeah, the Germans quickly realized that stabilizing the gun was not viable for their tanks. So they went to the next best thing, which is stabilizing the sight. And this is around the same time they're also playing with coincidence rangefinders, mind you. So, like, if you've seen the like, what if 1946 sort of designs for, like, the Panther als F, and, like, the E-series tanks, they've got the little eyeballs on the turret sides because they've got a coincidence rangefinder. The Germans intended to put coincidence rangefinders in their tanks from that point on. If only they had any factories to build tanks in, let alone coincidence rangefinders. So what they decided they would do is they would stabilize the sight, because that's much easier to do, and that's the technology they already had from naval stuff. Like, on a big ship, yeah, you can stabilize a battleship's guns, because the battleship is so big you can fit that equipment into it. A tank you can't. At least not with the technology at the time. So they went to stabilize the sight. And then you have the problem of, well, how do you ensure that the sight and the gun are pointing the same direction when you pull the trigger if the gun is not stabilized? So they came up with the idea of coincidence firing. So, you know, you have an electrical circuit, and the circuit is only closed when the gun and the sight are in alignment with each other. So it's not great, but it's something. It's not going to give you fire on the move capability. Like, really, it just isn't. Maybe at, like, walking pace on a road, maybe. But yeah, like, over rough terrain, no, forget it. And this is, mind you, this is with all the other work they put into stability for the tank. So, for example, if you look at footage of the Panther going over the Corduroy Road track at Kummersdorf, you can see that the hull stays basically still. It's like it's floating over the Corduroy Road. So one of the reasons the Germans obsessed over interleaved road wheels is because they're like, we can't stabilize the gun, we just got to try and make the whole tank as stable as possible. Because you'd imagine, like, as a gunner, your window to the world is a magnified gun sight. It's bouncing around. You're bouncing around. It gets really tiring. And, like, even if you don't get motion sickness, it's going to make you really fatigued. And you also can't see shit while it's happening. Like, you can't really do your job. So it wasn't, like, the original sort of idea behind stabilizing things wasn't firing on the move. It was making the gunner not have, like, a fucking migraine and vomit all down his front by the time the tank came into an engagement. So that's why they went to stabilizing the tank, stabilizing the sight, and the gun was the last thing they worried about. It was only later, as the technology kind of caught up, that they're like, oh, actually we could start looking into fire on the move capability. But even then, like, as Max pointed out, into the 70s and 80s, Soviet doctrine was fire from the short halt where possible. And even NATO doctrine, particularly for the M60s, because the M60 basically had to, because the sight would vibrate so badly, because of the way it was put together, which I will show you later. I've got so much to catch up on, Jesus Christ. Reminder that firing ATGMs from the Sheridan's gun launcher fucked the bore sight for the regular shells. The Sheridan's an interesting thing, because the Sheridan was actually really good when it first came out. The problem is that MIC grift happened, and the contractors that built critical components for the Sheridan got closed down. They either stopped producing the components, or they got closed down, or lost their contracts or whatever. And then Harry has actually got copies of the memos for this, where the Department of Defense is like, or might have been Tank and Automotive Command, were like, oh, we need this or this or this thing for the Sheridan, but nobody produces it anymore, and we've closed down the one factory that we actually owned. guess I'll die, was kind of the vibe of it. So the Sheridan was really good when it was new, but like many things, as soon as support ran out, it became a maintenance pig, and you couldn't replace broken parts, and more things would start failing. And so a lot of the guys that served on Sheridans later in its service life thought it was a piece of shit, just because that's what's going to happen when you can't properly maintain something, because the whole logistics chain is gone. By the way, just in case anyone is curious, that is the status of like a vast portion of current service Western military equipment. It's fine. We're totally gonna win World War III, guys. Fucking hell. Firing the Sheridan's a bad experience for all involved. Sheridan does have the highest KD of any tank made, though, especially for its first shot fight in anger. In Vietnam, 2 Sheridans are holding an elevated road. They detected a Coleman men marching towards... Oh, canister? Yep, canister. 152mm shotgun. Big ouch. Related note said Oshkosh, one of the F-35 twats, was talking about their cool-ass helmet system, and the best they could come up with was, yeah, we can see through plane. Meanwhile, the Canadian CF-18 booth, they're talking about 30-year-old HMD like it's the coolest tech around. Yeah. Yeah. You need to put the F-106 Erst into the F-16 and F-50. Well, I don't know. I don't think the Air Force did it. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Hello? I can, in fact, hear you. Hello? Hello friends, I'm back. Yeah, sorry about that. She has an impeccable sense of timing. We can do a pause on that. The song is nearly over anyway, but whatevs. And then... hello? Alright, so, where were we up to? I was catching up on chat, right? And yeah, I know I fumbled the mute button there. I had a bit of a clusterfuck because I was trying to do everything one-handed. And also OBS wasn't cooperating when I tried to change scenes. You want to read Low Level Hell? I've heard it. Like, I've had it recommended a few times. I haven't got around to it yet, though. Oh, my T64 book should be here in like a week or two. I found a T64 book, which is, it's in Russian, so I'm going to have to brush up on my Russian a bit more before I can actually read it. But it's like the full-on codex for the 64, so it should be good. Add that to my collection. On the other hand, the gun-launched anti-tank guided missile could have a tank-sized ND in Vietnam because of the heat. Oh, oh, that would be fun. Check out C-Power getting released soon. It looks really good. I haven't like kept up super well with its development, but I've seen a few things that looks really good. I'm pretty keen for it. I really liked Cold Waters, so that sort of vibe, but with surface and aviation stuff as well, and like expanded. All good. Keen for it. USN is replacing touchscreens with mechanical controls to their modernized destroyer's control room, based as it should be. Why the fuck would you think touchscreens are a good idea in a ship that's going to be pitching and rolling with the sea? Like, which genius thought that one up? Like, it's bad enough in aviation if you hit turbulence or something, but in a fucking ship? Like, you've got to be kidding me. Fuck, it's bad enough on phones. I accidentally hung up in the middle of a call yesterday because I bumped my cheek with my phone in just the wrong way that it activated the hang up button. Or the hang up thing on the touchscreen. I fucking hate touchscreens, man. They were a mistake. The touchscreen and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They had throttle and helm controls as touchscreen. How do you look at a Tesla and go, yeah, this is cool, but what if we also just didn't have a steering wheel or an accelerator? What if we just made the touchscreen do everything? Fuck me. How stupid do you have to be? Oh my god. Daniel, I wanted to hear. No, you really don't. You really don't want to hear our conversations. ADHD brains talking to each other, sometimes for hours at a time. It's unhinged in the best possible way. Be catastrophic to his career. Do you know how much money you could make by paywalling those? So it's not only me that has had friends like semi-ironically suggest OnlyFans, and there has been like a half-joking discussion around like, well, by our powers combined, like it could be a viable business model. Just it's mostly just jokes at this point, but you know. Maybe if the whole like government job thing doesn't pan out, should stop the tank engine. Yeah, I can't do that in GHPC. It's just, fuel isn't a concern in GHPC universe. You have magic fuel. When you come around, oh, when you come back, have you ever gotten around to giving Refrogger another go? I did off stream a while ago. Modding scene, yeah, I saw there's a bunch of mods out for it now. RHS was doing stuff for it. A lot of the mods don't, like, I'll be straight with you, a lot of the mods are shit that I'm not interested in. It adds, like, modern bullshit to the game. This is the problem I have with modding for a lot of games these days, is it's content brain. It's my dad could beat up your dad. It's, oh, this is my favorite autism fixation in the universe, so I want it added to everything, even where it makes no contextual sense. I get it. Like, I get having a fixation that you want to just have in everything because that's your special autism fixation. Like, I get that. I have those. But I also, like, have the phenotype of autism where, like, I am so fixated on something being, like, correct that I will not put something that, like, from one codex into a situation where it doesn't fit the other codex. It just, that, I don't do that. I don't, well, sometimes, but, like, generally I've got a limit. So yeah, like, I think I did play a bit of Refrogger probably a couple weeks ago. But yeah, I wasn't really messing with mods in it. I just got a multiplayer for a bit and fucked around there. Fallout London playthrough when? I don't know. I'll probably try it at some point. It's not high on the priority list though. Got the P500s to work as they should. for Sea Power? Nice. We're gonna kick in U-Boat. I saw Robber has been streaming that lately. I haven't played it. I don't think I have that one. I still need to get another Wolfpack sesh going with Nekus. I've played it with him like once, and it was very deeply amusing to me watching a German suddenly have like the what's the word for it? Not generational, the epigenetic memory come back to it. He's just going around this fucking thing, turning valves and shit like he's been trained on it. So, like, he's never fucking been in a U-boat as far as I'm aware. And he's just going around like this is instinctive to him as a German. He just knows how to do everything. I'm, like, here trying to, like, I'm feeling real pleased with myself because I figured out how to make the periscope go up and down. And meanwhile, he's actually gone and found a convoy and ranged the nearest ship in it and set up the fucking torpedo computer. Just like, do I need to worry? Like, do I need to start panicking here? Like, are you going to start drawing up train timetables next? Because that's the point where I'm bailing. When Germans start drawing up timetables for the trains, I'm fucking out of here, dude. I'm done. I know what comes next. Can understand it for space constrained devices and stations. I mean, even then though, like an MFD design at least. So you've got physical buttons, but they're multi-purpose buttons. It's better than a fucking touch screen, and it doesn't take up that much extra space. Touchscreens in boats isn't that bad because everything has handles to anchor to. Everything has ankles. Fucking cursed. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but also no. Like, I just hate touchscreens, dude. I fucking hate them. And what if the power goes out? Like, nah, fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. No touchscreens. We hate touchscreens around here. Touchscreens go in the bin. Just press the big red button, metaphorically. The big red touchscreen button. Yeah, okay, we're caught up. Good. So, M60A1. Let's play with this piece of shit. So, you know, standard M60A1. It has the fucking terrible coincidence rangefinder. Notice as I adjust the range, I'll do it more dramatically in a minute so you can really see it. No auto lead, of course. But we're a bit off. Also, this little fucker speeds up and slows down, and Harry explained the reason why it's a geometry thing because of the way the track's arranged and the way it's coded, but I forget what the term is. But yeah, this little fucker is inconsistent in its speed, and I'm inconsistent in my leading, apparently. Probably not even going to be worth trying with a heat round, but... Oh, that was a hit. Okay, so, watch this. We're going to center on this guy. As I adjust the range... See that? So, unlike the TPD K1 and the earlier... Well, the fire control element of it, the 2A40? And I forget what the original coincidence rangefinder complex. Well, like the whole thing was the TPD 249. Fuck it, I'll just refer to it by the whole thing's name. Unlike the TPD 249 and the TPD 1K, or TPD K1, sorry, those don't automatically super elevate the gun. You get the range, it adjusts the sight, you manually super elevate. This automatically super elevates with whatever you plug into the rangefinder. And through the Rube Goldberg linkages, which, you know what, fuck it. After we've done the range here, we'll go to Sog Prairie Fire, because if I don't do it earlier in the stream, I'll forget altogether. Then we'll come back to GHPC and do some actual missions. But yeah, because of that, it propagates the thing through the whole thing, it super elevates, blah, 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 blah. It makes it more annoying. It actually makes it more annoying that you have to fucking deal with it constantly moving the gun up, or the sight up and down in relation to the target you're aiming at. Oh, sorry, no, it doesn't... What am I saying? It doesn't super elevate the gun automatically. It elevates the whole sight. Yes, that's what I want to say. It elevates the whole sight and the gun with it, but then you have to re-aim. I'm really bad at words today. But you get me, right? Like, if we go to the external. Okay. Yeah, so it's not super elevating the gun, it's just the sight, and then you have to do the gun like this. Your sight picture, like the actual sight picture on the TPD, doesn't move. Only the point of aim. This thing, the point of aim is static, but the fucking sight moves, so you like, it's just a piece of shit. I fucking hate it. Why are the Americans like this? Obviously no auto lead, because... but yeah, like, there's no stab. So you will notice, when I fire, it jumps the sight. And if the turret's traversed significantly off of center line, because the turret is not perfectly balanced, because it's got a great big, long, heavy gun barrel coming out of it, and a few other things between, and there's going to be some friction in that, it pushes your point of aim off when you shoot with the turret turned, like, to your diagonals. You got it turned fully to the side. Let's see what it does. We'll just aim, like, there. It still pushes you a bit. So yeah, it's awful. I love it. And it makes any kind of moving engagement, even just playing... you know, even just jockeying and moving around the back slope of a hill between shots, it's a nightmare. It's fucking awful. Oh, and since it came up with the... You can also see there, maybe in the bottom corner, 7.62mm machine gun M219, not the M240. So it's got the old M219/M73, which is a piece of shit, and no one liked it, and that's why they replaced it with the M240. Functionally, it's the same thing in GHPC. And then, if we go to our 50 cal, just because the question came up, it can depress quite far, so you can basically shoot guys right in front of the tank with it. And then it can elevate pretty well. So yeah, it's totally viable for dealing with helicopters, in theory. In practice, I don't know how easy that might be, but yeah, it can elevate quite a bit. On the other hand, where the fuck is the sight for this thing? I don't actually remember. Is it the periscope? I think it's the periscope, isn't it? In which case, maybe it's not set up yet and it should be occluded by the thing. I don't know. Someone who's like an M60 knower will have to tell me, but I don't know if actually like you would be able to engage that high without it occluding on the periscope cover, like the side doghouse. But yeah, so if we want to, for instance, try and engage on the move, on a relatively flat surface at very low speed, we can kind of get away with it. Maybe. Okay, this is no longer flat enough. And especially not when the driver's changing gears on us. Hey Saber, good to see you, man. Cheers for the resub. Hope life's been going well. Hope the new job's treating you well. Yeah, so like, I can't get a stable enough sight picture on something 2,500 meters away to engage it. Let's try something a little closer. It's about 1300. Tank size target. Maybe if I had a, like, an actual, like, Cadillac setup, rather than a mouse, maybe I'd have a snowball's chance in hell of hitting something. Or if I just tried to coincidence fire, but yeah, like, that ain't gonna work. This is not something you can fire in the move with any accuracy with. It is a giant piece of shit. But again, we stand shit boxes around here. Hey CJ, good to see you, man. Hope life's been treating you well too. So yeah, M60A1, horrible, terrible thing. So what else have we got new? The original T72. So again, this is just a T72, but with the TPD 249, the coincidence rangefinder instead of the laser rangefinder of the TPD K1. It works exactly the same as on the T64A because it is the same sight and fire control system. And as is the case on the T64, again, same fire control system and sight, it cannot adjust below 1,000 meters. So you may as well just bore sight things or battle sight things at 1,000 meters or less, because the sight isn't going to actually let you adjust. The second mirror won't turn that far inwards. Yeah, it's a T72 Ural. Honestly, I love the aesthetic of the original model T72 with the gills and the fucking smooth turret face and the rangefinder. Like, it just looks cool. It's like the perfect mix of janky and technologically advanced. M60A1 AOS. This is literally the same as the M60A1, just with the add-on stabilizer. It's two-plane. It's still quite, like, it's not a very good stabilizer, so it will have its limitations. Remember that GHPC does make an effort to simulate stabilizer quality, so certain stabilizers will struggle to keep up with sudden movements, like the, for instance, the PT-76 stab is very sluggish, and only really useful for firing from a short halt, or very slow crawls over smooth terrain. This one's, I'd say, probably a little better, but still not great. Need to compensate for my movement there with a bit of lead. There we go. So you can kind of engage on the move, sort of, but you're shooting at blurry shapes, and you're not going to be that accurate. And this is on fairly smooth terrain, by the way. If you're driving over a fucking plowed field, good luck. Then what else have we got out of the new toys? They don't have the base model M60A3 on Graf and Ver, but you can select it in missions. We might do that later. Oh, I have a cup of tea here. I forgot this existed. ADHD moment. So T64A model of 1983, as I mentioned, is just the T64A with the high hardness plate bolted onto the front. Let's drive the Sicko-mobile. La Criatura. I fucking love this thing. Some up new stuff. Codex expansion. Because a lot of the stuff in the works now taking up the team's time is really complex stuff like infantry or the West Germans, or like, you know, more enhanced stuff supporting the eventual campaign. It's all like really technical stuff that takes a lot of time, and people are starting to get impatient, and you know, gamers are going to be gamers, and also like because the modding community are just adding like my dad could beat your dad fucking power creep sort of stuff. The devs, particularly Harry, I think this was mostly Harry's initiative, judging by the way Josh phrased it. Could be wrong. Decided to do a codex update and just add a bunch of like older variants of these vehicles that either would still be present in the game's timeline or might be in deep reserve in the game's timeline, and also ammunition from that period. So you can set up missions basically covering anything from 1971, 72-ish, maybe even older, right through to 1985. So there's M60 variants. We've got the M60A1, the M60A1 AOS, the M60A1 Rise Passive, the M60A1 Rise Passive late model, also, like the 1977 model, I should say, and the like 1985 upgrade. So we got two Rise Passives, one representing the older sort of equipment set from the 70s, and with the dual text camo, which is the digital looking stuff. The A1 and A1 AOS have master camo. The M60A3 base model, so no thermal sight, but the fire control system. And then obviously the TTS, which is already in. There's the Soviet's got a big codex update. So to go through it, T-72s first we'll start with, because they got their update a little earlier. T-72, or like Kampfpanzer T-72, or Kampfpanzer T-72. That's your T-72 Ural, the original base model T-72 with the, that was what I was just driving, with the gills, the optical coincidence rangefinder. Then you've got the Kampfpanzer T-72 mit LEM, which is the laser rangefinder module. So that's the T-72 with gills, with the laser rangefinder. I don't think it has smoke grenades from memory. So it's like incremental upgrades. So you got that with the LEM. Then you've got T-72 LEM modified, which is the original T-72 Ural, but they've retrofitted the TPD-K1 to it. Blanked out the original rangefinder and added an extra cut in the turret to fit the TPD-K1, and then it's got the rubber side skirts and the... yeah, you can link the charts, please do. It's got the grenades as well. Then you've got T-72 M, and the T-72... or no, T-72 UV1, T-72 M, T-72 UV2, and the T-72 M1. Like, it's a whole ass thing. And the German designations are a bit weird. The Soviet designations just go by year. The German ones kind of tell you what they did to it. So we'll jump over to the T-64s. We now have La Criatura. This is the T-64R. It is an original T-64, no suffix, just T-64, with the original Object 432 turret design, but it's had the external equipment upgraded to T-64A standard. So it's got the gill armor, it's got the T-64A triple box stowage on the left side, it's got the snorkel and everything on the turret. The original T-64, I think they put the snorkel on the engine deck, and there was a bunch of other differences. But yeah, this is a T-64 base model, upgraded T-64A equipment standard, but it still has the 115mm gun, along with its unique ammunition, and it's got the shorter optical base on the rangefinder. So this is a very obscure T-64 variant, and by very obscure, I mean they built them in the hundreds, and they were in deep reserve at the time that GHPC takes place. There were none in Germany, but they were in deep reserve, so the way they've got it configured at the moment is, in the current campaign, like the placeholder campaign, if the pack side are really struggling on logistics and it's late in the campaign, these might appear. It's a pretty low chance, though. Wouldn't this be the OG's T-64 Sans suffix? No, this is the T-64R, specifically because it's an OG T-64 Sans suffix, but they've taken the updated external equipment stowage of the T-64A and applied it to this. The original Sans suffix is a little different with the external equipment stowage. And then you've got the T-64A model of 1974, which is... it's a T-64A, but it has a 2A26 gun, which is a 125mm, but it doesn't have the thermal sleeve. It has the same equipment stowage as this, which is the triple boxes, on the really distinctive T-64 triple boxes on the left side of the turret. And then it has no smoke grenade launchers. It has the single box on the right side. It doesn't have the big box on the back that the later T-64 setup had, and it only has the single snorkel. It also has, if you look at the skirts, or like the above the skirts, the sponsons, the right side is all equipment stowage, and the left side is all fuel tanks, fuel cells. Whereas on the later version, the later external equipment arrangement, it was fuel cells on both sides because they had the extra stowage bin on the back of the turret. So you've got T-64R, T-64A model 1974, T-64A model 1976 or 78, I forget. I think 78, which has the... maybe it is 76. I don't remember because I changed the equipment stowage around 1975. So you lose one of the stowage boxes on the left side, you gain smoke grenade launchers, you have a thermal sleeve on the gun, and you also have the fuel cells all over. But you've still got just the normal glasses plate, you don't have the add-on armor. Then you got T-64 model of 1983, which gives you the add-on glasses armor. I don't know, if Super's posted the thing in there, you can just look there, because I'm probably like misremembering a bunch of this stuff. But yeah, you've got the extra add-on armor on the model of 1983, and then the model of 1984, it retrofits the TPD-K1, same as with the T-72 MIT LEM. So yeah, you've got a massive codex upgrade. Ammunition, we've got M392A something APDS, you've got M728 APDS, you've got M735, which we already had, but they've remodeled it, so it actually is visually distinct and has the correct model. You've got M774, which we already had, and M833, which we already had. 833 is nowhere near as common anymore. It is no longer the default saber round for the Americans, because it turns out that there were issues getting it into service, let alone into service in Europe, and it wasn't actually common at all until after 1986, and it was almost unseen in 1985. Like, even where it did exist, it didn't exist in large enough quantities for unit commanders to switch over from 774 to 833, because remember, when you switch from one saber to the other, you have to fucking change all the settings in the fire control system to account for that. And this is back in the days of, particularly with the older M60s, and basically all of the Soviet MBTs, these are old, mostly like mechanical fire control computers. Even with the digital ones, it's a pain in the ass to set for new ammunition, but in the mechanical ones, it's a fucking nightmare. Because you've got to swap out mechanical gears and tumblers. M. Sylvain, the French guy that does teardowns of esoteric equipment, he got his hands on an ex-German M48A something whatever, or G whatever, the upbeaked West German M48s. He got the actual fire control computer out of it. It is a great big metal box full of gears and cams and fucking tumblers. And to change the ammunition in that, like in the fire control computer, you have to start taking it apart and swapping components in that, or it'll be completely wrong. Because it's a mechanical computer. A fully mechanical computer. Yeah, A5G2, I think it was. So yeah, basically because of this codex expansion with both the tanks and the ammunition, oh, and the Soviets get older ammunition as well to a degree. They get the special ammo for this, and I think they get older ammo for the... I think they get older ammo for the 55, maybe? I don't remember. But anyway, you can basically set up any engagement from like 1970, 71, 72-ish, right through to 1985. Do we have multiplayer yet? No, because multiplayer is probably going to be the last thing they add, because it is a nightmare to integrate. The problem with multiplayer is if your game isn't built from the ground up as a multiplayer thing, you've got to re-architect a bunch of stuff. And they had a solution in the works at the time, but there was something that happened and they had to go to another solution. I think that there was contractor changes and like it was a whole ass thing. So basically they ended up having to go back to square one on multiplayer. They've got working prototypes of multiplayer, they've played games with each other in it, but it's not at the point where they're willing to show it publicly, let alone integrate it into the main game. It will arrive, it is being worked on, it does work functionally to some degree at the moment in testing, but it's not there yet. It still needs some more time in the oven. Same thing with infantry. Infantry are getting kind of close, but there's still stuff that needs to be done. They've got an actual animator now, as opposed to just Harry doing placeholder stuff. They've got an actual animation tech. And so there's a lot of integration stuff going on there. They're still running into some issues with dudes T-posing for reasons that have to be worked out because some animation controller or other had some minor bug in it. They're getting there. So, infantry, getting there, probably sooner rather than later. West Germans, sooner rather than later. I've seen some West German stuff previewed. They put some in the Patreon channel, so it's coming. It's getting there. Multiplayer will probably be last. And the full campaign... So the current campaign is a placeholder, just feeds you missions to keep you amused. The actual full campaign is going to be very different to that, and that will probably be second to last to arrive before multiplayer. A lot of other stuff that's in the roadmap, like enhanced destruction and so on, they're looking at ways of doing it that won't fuck over other parts of the game. Like, they've got a very technically skilled team. They know how to implement all this stuff in a vacuum, but getting it to actually work in a way that is not insane, and like it fits within their budget and time constraints and doesn't break performance, stuff like that. That's the issue, is like figuring out how to implement it without it turning into vaporware. That's where things get hard. Like, they know how to do a lot of this stuff some way or another, but getting it to be reasonable is the issue. But yeah, multiplayer not yet, but it's coming eventually. The M48s, I don't know if we'll see them. I don't know. Maybe. I kind of hope we do. Don't know if my game bugged up, but in the new flanking missions with Chadley, I got the call-out gunner HE RPG team. I've heard that call-out once or twice before. I think sometimes they'll call that if they, like, maybe it's a thing like they misidentified the SPG-9. Oh yeah, the SPG-9 was added sneakily a couple of patches ago. Like, it wasn't even in the patch notes. It's just like, oh hey, that's an SPG-9, cool. But yeah, I've heard that call once or twice before. Let's see, body damage for hits. Yeah, that will come under enhanced destruction. So that will probably come in some form or other, but it's lower priority than a lot of the other stuff. Anyway, T64R, La Criatura. It's functionally the missing, functionally and aesthetically, it's the missing link between the T62 and the T64A, which makes it quite cool to play with. Note that this thing has Delta D in its fire control system. Just like the, TPD K1 and TPD 249 stuff, let alone the later stuff. And at this point, when this was in service, the Americans didn't even have a fucking stabilizer on their MBT. For perspective. But yeah, it is a cool vehicle. The site's a little different, so they had a lot... This tank in general was really hard to get good info on. For a while, Harry had no fucking clue how they actually built the turret with the composite array. He had to really dig to try and find any info on it. And was full on just asking people, if any of you know, I'm kind of surprised more people didn't realize that he was working on this sooner, because the number of times he would go in a server or go on a dev stream or something and be like, if anyone has any photos or any drawings or anything at all about how the fuck they built the Object 432 turret, please send it to me. And this is why he needed to know for this, because this is an Object 432 turret. He also had a bitch of a time finding anything on the site. You'll notice that the site, it has the ranging wheel, familiar from the TPD 249, the TPD K1, but the actual reticle is just this basic ass bitch. No numbers, no nothing. I think from memory, he said he could only find one or two vague illustrations of the site, and this seemed to be what they illustrated, and so he just has to hope that that's accurate, because, who fucking knows, unless somebody who actually served on one of these things goes, oh, actually it looks like this, and then you're relying on their memory, which is not always reliable, right? So yeah, this is an interesting thing, and it was a big challenge for the team to actually portray, and I believe, and certainly they believe, that GHPC is now the only game in existence, or at least the only game in, that isn't some obscure thing made by a guy in Siberia that has a player community of 3 people and a dog, which actually portrays the T64R. Is it weird that I'm in love with the Scout car? The BRDM2... No, Scout cars rule. If I had the money to do it, and somewhere to keep the thing, I would probably get, maybe not a BRDM, because they're kind of big and chunky, although they do have some pretty cool tech in them, and they are kind of cute. I would probably get a fucking Panhard EBR. That thing is so fucking cool. Anyway, so yeah, that's the T64R. It's a cool vehicle, but yeah, mechanically it plays a lot like the T64s do. What else have we got in here that you guys might not have seen yet? I think that's pretty much it for the new stuff, right? I think I've shown the T64B on stream. It's the same fire control system as the T80B anyway. Yeah, I think that's it. So, what I'm going to do now... Oh, and the Malyutka. I don't know if I've shown you guys the updated Malyutka controls. It is now a true manual command to line-of-sight missile. It no longer is pretending to be one, but actually semi-active command to line-of-sight. I'm not even going to bother trying to hit one of the moving range targets with this fucking thing on stream, because it ain't going to happen. What we'll do is we'll aim for that Hulk back there. Yeah, the EBR fucking rules. And you can drive it from either end. So you can zip around in a hurry. You get in quickly, and you don't even need to fucking, have mirrors or anything. You literally just have the driver in the other end, the auxiliary driver, just fucking floor it. Such a cool vehicle. Anyway, the Malyutka now responds to controls like the actual missile. So you want lots of small, short, sharp inputs to correct its course. You don't want to make big swooping inputs, and you can't just leave it hands off because the wind will blow it off course. So you're constantly making these tiny corrections to it, just like you would be on the real missile. I think that was a hit, but slightly low. I probably hit it on the track. We'll see here in a minute. Malyutka operators, either BMP gunners or just the like the Manpack Malyutka guys, would train intensely for this shit. They would have like hundreds, if not thousands, of reps on these things during their service. And like the actual control for it's a little joystick, right? A little joystick. I don't even think it does cross control. It's only X, Y. You can't mix them. Like it's you fly the cross. And if you actually look at the technique, instead of grabbing it and like yeeting it around like, you know, you would with an aircraft, or most people would with an aircraft stick, you really shouldn't even do that with aircraft. You look at the way they hold it, they hold their hands clasped around the base of the stick, and then they just, with both thumbs, that's how they operate the stick, or with like thumb and forefinger, that's how they operate the stick, because it is tiny corrections, and for every stick motion you make, you have to counter correct it, because the missile does not stabilize itself. So if you, like previously, because it was kind of cheesing using an invisible like it was set up as semi-active, but you were just moving the point of aim for the semi-active guidance in this, because it was a quicker and easier way to do it while they worked on the main system. Excuse me. You could just put it on target and let go of the controls, or like you could make a control input and then let go of the controls, and it would automatically level off, like it would correct itself and level off to fly horizontally. Can't do that now. If I make a control input and then take my hands off, it does its own thing. If I, say, get it against a higher contrast background, and then I get it more or less flying straight, the wind will blow it off course, or like the small, I can never get it quite perfectly on course. I'm going to always have to correct for it. So it will drift. You've got to correct for that. So we'll quickly, I want to see what I hit with that. I have to grab myself a drink in a minute too, because I don't want to lose my voice. I've got a fairly important presentation to do tomorrow at work. Whether I am remote or in office, I need a voice to do it. So yeah, I did hit the track, or the idler wheel rather. The second one was a good, or like a reasonable hit. That probably, it would have hit the wet rack, but probably the fuel would have stopped it. That probably would not have actually killed the tank. It might have damaged the track, maybe. There's a protective shutter for the gun sight? Yeah, so it doesn't get scorched by the missile. Because if you look at the gun sight on the BMP-1... Look at the gun sight on the BMP-1. It's right behind the missile rail, like offset to the side. But remember, the Malyutka's engine is in the middle of the missile, and it vents out to the sides. So it's going to get arse blasted immediately by the rocket trail. So it has a protective shutter that closes over it when you fire the Malyutka. And then if we go over to the BMP-2 for comparison. The BMP-2 has its gunner sight down here. And then for the missile, I think it has its own sight there from memory. It's not using the... It has its own independent sight. It's not using the gun sight, or the main like gunner's primary sight. I think that's it there, just the cover's closed on the model. Anyway, I'm going to switch over to Prairie Fire so I can show you what I meant about the bullshit inside the M48 and M60. So give me a moment here. I'm also going to grab a quick snack and a cup of tea while that boots up. We'll get some music going too. In my infinite wisdom, I didn't think to check, because I didn't think to actually boot up Prairie Fire to show you guys this before. Oh no, oh god. So I haven't played Armor in nearly a year at this point, because, you know, I couldn't play with 345th because of work schedule, and then by the time I moved closer to the office and would actually be able to play of a morning, 345th went on hiatus because they were having trouble getting numbers together for missions on a regular basis. So I haven't booted Armor 3 for about probably the better part of a year. It wants to update. It's a 29 gigabyte update. Womp womp. My internet's reasonably quick, but I don't know if it's that quick. I'm going to go get tea and a snack. We'll see how it's going. If it looks like it might actually be done in a reasonable amount of time, I'll just let it update and then boot Prairie Fire. If it doesn't look like it's going to be done in a reasonable amount of time, I will fire up Steel Armor Blaze of War, and hopefully that will play nice with OBS and it won't cause like the stream to implode, and also hopefully like you guys won't immediately contract giga autism from the interface, because that game is like really, it is directed at a specific demographic. Even I struggle with it. So yeah, back in a little while. I changed my mind. I got myself coffee and some bickies. I'm gonna eat my bickies real quick. It's done 5 gig already of nearly 30. So yeah, it's gonna take a while, but I think it's worth it. And we can go back to the time-honored Ross stream tradition of me just talking while you guys watch the BRB slideshow. But after I've done eating, because I've got a few things I want to talk about actually. Okay, I've eaten my bickies. It is now time to do some talking. So, something I forgot to mention, in addition to all the codex update stuff, there's also a couple new missions in GHPC, which is a welcome addition. It has been a while. Cheers, Agnes. Good to see you. Thank you for the resub. I hope that the passage of time has been kind to you, at least to what extent it ever can be. But yeah, I'm just waiting for Armor to update because I need to demonstrate something in Sog Prairie Fire to fully round out the point I was bringing up in GHPC, because that is a normal thing to do in a gaming stream. The horrors persist, but so do I. Honestly, mood. So real. The other thing that I was just thinking about is to kind of cover off on my point about the Sheridan issue, where it was a good thing when it was built, but then either the MIC grift happened where they're like, oh, actually, we don't want to build this part anymore, and we're just not going to, so yeah, deal with it. Which, by the way, is a large chunk of what Lockmart did with the F-22. And then on the other end, the government saying, oh, actually, we need small government. We need to privatize assets because my free market, my invisible hand, my Austrian economics, because, like, you know, just nothing good comes from fucking Austria for some reason. Anyway, what government-controlled assets they had that actually produced the parts they need, they closed them down or sold them off. And so they couldn't get parts, and so the Sheridan went from being a cool thing that mostly worked to being an unserviceable pile of shit for the guys that were stuck in the sort of tail end of its career in the US inventory. And I raised the point that that is the case with a large portion of Western weapons in service at the moment. Some, whatever, there's replacements in the works or already in service. Some there's not. Just like to point out that not a single new Abrams has been built since I want to say the very start of the M1A2 being a thing. The early 90s. The early 90s is when the absolute last Abrams was actually built. I don't know whether the actual facilities to construct new Abrams still exist, like the jigs and machinery and all that, so I don't know. Probably at least some of it does, because they've got to do major overhauls and stuff on the ones which are in service, right? But in terms of actually built from scratch, no, the US hasn't done that for over 30 years at this point in time. And that's fine as long as you're in a peacetime environment or low-intensity conflicts where you don't really lose many tanks. And, the majority of tanks that are hit are going to be salvageable. But I don't know if you guys noticed, but given current world events and there being a major armed conflict where everyone on both sides is using as a fucking dumping ground for old equipment, tanks get blown the fuck up in an actual real war a lot. They don't just get, a little bit dinged up from old maintenance RPG. They get fucking trashed. And then even if they're slightly damaged and the crew bails, either their own side or the other side will blow the fuck out of them so the other guys can't make use of them. Those losses are not recoverable. As much as the media and certain politicians and military leadership likes to pretend they are, they're not fucking recoverable. Not even for shit that's still in production and the factories are closer, let alone stuff that the factories aren't open and you'd have to ship it back to the US anyway. They're not recoverable losses because they can't build new ones to replace them, and they can't repair the ones which are damaged because they're damaged so extensively. Like, there's a certain percentage of burn damage. Like, once a tank has had more than a certain percentage of its actual, structure affected by fire damage, it's a write-off because it fucks with the steel. It actually structurally damages the steel in a way you cannot recover. This is why heat treatment is a big deal, right? Heat affects metal in a very specific way that you can't just magically undo. If something has burnt out, it's fucked permanently. It's done. It goes to the fucking scrapyard and gets melted down because that metal's useless now. You can't, it's not going to hold its fucking temper. So the whole thing of not having an actual replacement lined up and not having any facilities to build the things new, that's a big deal, which just nobody kind of even speaks about, because I guess if we spoke about it, then we'd have to recognize it's real. If we recognize it's real, we might have to do something about it. Or we might have to stop trying to swing our dicks around like we still own the whole world, right? So it's an interesting point there. We cannot fucking replace, I say we as in the Americans, because they have more MBTs than any of the European countries put together. Don't even bring up the UK because they have 100 challenges at any given time if they're lucky. We as in the collective West do not have the ability to replace losses tank-wise. We just don't, because we don't build the fucking things anymore. Is the Abrams X just a modification? I'm not 100% sure, but probably. But the other thing is, even if that was built from the ground up, prototypes kind of don't matter, because there's a big difference between building a prototype and actual, scale to mass production. Prototypes are usually built in a workshop in a very artisanal, Etsy kind of way. There's a lot of handcrafting going on, which just does not scale to production. I mean, if we can't even build fucking artillery shells at a high enough rate to supply an actual army fighting an actual war, the fuck do people think we're going to replace tank losses? It's unhinged. I'm not saying that we need to clamp down even further on quality of life for the civilian population and fuck the economy even worse to ramp up tank production. No, maybe if we lent a little more into diplomacy instead of pretending we're God's gift to humanity and what we say goes, maybe that would be a good idea. But, what do I know? We are about halfway updated. So you guys only have to put up with me ranting for another... Ooh, a new one that Beepski hasn't. When someone does that, for my mods, just fucking permaban them. Don't even time them out, just perma them. I've got to add that to Beepski though. So I'm glad that happened when I was not actively playing a game, because now I can go and adjust the mod tools. There we go. So anytime a new bot comes up, like a bot with a new message that I haven't seen before, I will copy paste parts of it that, like, so there you can see they've used a special character for the H to get around any word filters on cheap. So I just copy that. Or like even the EAP and viewers, because the chances of a normal user putting that combination of letters next to each other is pretty low. And then I just set my bot to auto-ban anything that uses any of the common phrasing or common words or common ban evasion techniques that these bots come up with. So pretty rare for them to actually get through it. It only happens when there's a new one I haven't seen yet. Yesterday I watched Forgotten Weapons video on the M14 and how production line issues fucked up the gun rather than the design itself. I mean, the design itself could have been a lot better, but yeah, production is always going to be a much bigger issue than people give it credit for. This is the thing, right? Like, materialist bros stay winning. You can't just sit there and go, oh yeah, it's fine, we'll just ramp up production. Oh, it's fine, we'll just design a new thing. Oh, it's fine, we'll just do... Like, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. That's not how the real world functions. And it's been, like, darkly funny over the past several years, watching the fucking narrative and the kinds of, like, talking points around rearmament. And it's just like, yeah, you live in a fucking fantasy world, dude. Good luck with that. Have fun with that. Or the Americans constantly going on about how horny they are to fuck with China. You and fucking whose navy? You had an aircraft carrier... even better, a carrier battle group consisting of a single carrier and like 3 other ships. That constitutes a carrier battle group now? Is that really where we're at? Fuck, that's depressing. Anyway, you had a carrier battle group run screaming from a bunch of fucking shit posters with old anti-ship missiles and drones because they couldn't handle it. And like, I get it, it would have been a stressful situation for them because they're limited on ammunition, they aren't getting much. So I'm not paying out on the sailors and airmen and all that stuff. That's cool, I get it, they have a hard job. But the idea of the upper echelons, oh yeah, we'll just send like 4 ships, it'll be fine. It's fucking embarrassing. Like, it's actually fucking embarrassing. And if I was really into the Western hegemony thing, and I actually thought it was a positive thing for the world, and not the worst evil humanity has seen since the fucking Nazis, then I would be, like, probably, like, looking to jump in front of a fast-moving vehicle at that point, out of shame. Like, it's an embarrassment. And at this point, like, we're still seeing the fucking... State Department Spocks roll out all this big boy talk of what they're going to do in the world. Like, yeah, come on. Have fun with that. It's a fucking joke, man. Ah, 14 gig. We are halfway there. So yeah, like I said, I could fire up Steel Armor Blaze of War to show you the same thing, but it's... a bit more of a thing to do that. First of all, I've never streamed that before, so I don't know if OBS would play nice with it. Quite often, it's a slab jank game, and slab jank games do not always cooperate with OBS. And I think Sabo does actually run multiple fucking game windows. It does that weird thing where there's a separate 3D layer from a menu layer and all that shit, and that will really fuck with OBS. So I'm going to play it safe, and we're just going to wait another 10 minutes or so for Armor to finish updating, and then we'll launch Prairie Fire, because I really want to show you guys what I meant about the way that the stabilizer, or not the stabilizer, sorry, the rangefinder and the gun and the gun sight and all that are leaked in the pattern series tanks because it is unhinged in, again, multiple senses of the word. Clifford PTSD, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I really wish I could stream Claude more, but it is such a fuck around to get it to actually play nicely with OBS, and then there's a chance that if I get minimized out of the game window, or if OBS has a hiccup or something, it'll delink itself, like it'll hook the wrong window when it tries to reestablish its connection. And then I've got to basically restart the stream. So I've got to restart OBS. It's really annoying. Also, since I mentioned some of the back-end work for GHPC, which is in progress but hasn't arrived yet, so the fire control overhaul is one of those things that's kind of in the background, but because infantry has pulled a lot of manpower away from it, it hasn't happened yet. Josh has had various parts of it working in game at various points, but either had to redo them because the way that they integrate with some new feature doesn't work properly, or because there's a more elegant way of doing it, or just because he hasn't had time to get it all together. It hasn't come out yet, but it is in the works. Yeah, fire control overhaul. It's needed for a number of things, because the way the current fire control system, like the code is set up, doesn't support certain features for certain vehicles. So locking the turret to a particular direction when restocking so that the loader could actually access the ammunition, or locking the Bradley turret to reload the Toad, that requires... I just realized I'm really loud. I hope my neighbors aren't too pissed off. Like, my voice really does carry, holy shit. Anyway, that requires a refactor of the fire control system code to enable it. Likewise, the gun indexing to load, like the loading detent for the Soviet MBTs, that requires... Yeah, same thing. There's some, I think, issues around unstabilized sites, or like stabilized sites but where the gun and the stabilizer desynchronized from each other, like when when the gun goes to detent to reload on the 55 and the... I think 55 does... No, does the 55 go to detent? No, I don't think it does. I think the 62 was the first one where it did it. Yeah, when the 62 does it, it bumps the sight up, because the T-62's gun sight is just a direct telescope. It's coaxially mounted to the gun, right? So you would have to use the lower zoom to try and maintain some kind of line of sight on your target as the gun bucks up to reload. On the 64-80, it doesn't do that, because when the gun goes to load, the sight, which is independently stabilized, remains on target. It disconnects it, and then it reconnects as the gun comes back down. Which is a thing that surprisingly few people understand, even people that should know better. Particularly American tankers. I've seen actual, like, American tankers go, oh, you know, the fucking Soviet MBTs are crap because whenever the gun goes to reload, you lose the line of sight on the target. It's like, no, it's a fucking independently stabilized sight. No, you don't. It's just, what the fuck? But then I kind of remember, oh, the Americans never really did the whole gun locking to detent to load, so they don't have a concept of that. Whereas every European MBT does it. Every single one I can think of does it. And it's exactly the same. It's, you know, the gun goes to load, but the primary sight stays where it is because it's independently stabilized. So those two things, turret inertia. So that's not implemented yet, but it requires the overhaul to, like, it requires the code refactor to work. So that will make it a little more difficult to suddenly slew the turret across and have a perfect gun lay on something right away. It'll probably make it also quite a bit harder to shoot on the move with stuff. But yeah, there's some other stuff like that too. A lot of it's just integration issues with new elements of the code or other things that have changed, because systems integration is fun. And that's exactly what I want to show you with the M48 in Prairie Fire, except in that case it's mechanical systems integration, not digital system, or like electronic systems integration. Groped a T-72 yesterday, among other things. Oh, nice. I have yet to grope a T-72, unfortunately. I do want to go up to Cairns to the Armour and Artillery Museum there at some point. Might have to. I think the missus said she wanted to go up to Cairns or something as well at some point, so we might be able to make it a group activity. That would be fun. She can go do whatever it was she wanted to do, and I can go fondle tanks. Nearly there, chat. 10 gig to go. Imagine being prepared for a stream. Like, just fucking imagine. I want to get in the T-72 and stretch in the driver's seat with sunglasses, flex on the normies. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I would fit very well. I am 179 centimeters, I think. So just like a cunt hair under 6 feet. What's 6 foot? It's like 180 or 181, I think, for 6 foot exact. So I'm like 5'11 and a half or some shit. You guys have some really cool museums over there. I definitely need to try and get to Sweden at some point. We can hang out. Have like a whole ass group trip to all the museums. Oh, there's a whole ass new creator DLC in Armour. Maybe that's why it's such a huge update. Reaction force. Oh my god! Aerial firefighting? Fuck yes, I'm buying that. Fucking based. I remember seeing a fucking teaser for this. I forgot it existed. Yeah, I'm getting that. Holy shit, that rules. I wonder if the DCS firefighting server is still going. That was a really cool game mode. I wish I'd played it a bit more. Oh, look! Armour's been review bombed recently. Interesting. Or specifically the CDLC's been review bombed. Why? It's a very good, well put DLC. Why is this not on the vanilla servers? Create a DLC idea. Oh, it's gamers screaming because they want to have all the toys without having to pay for it. I gotcha. Yep, the usual. Good to know. Yeah, it's such an obvious review bomb. All reviews, mostly positive, 316. Recent reviews, very negative, 11. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the majority on this one, honestly. Fucking gamers, dude. Haven't touched base Armour in ages. I'm pretty sure I haven't even launched Armour since, like, this time last year, or, like, October last year. Because, right before I started at work... Oh, maybe even September. Because, yeah, like, because I had the preparation sort of workshop things for a couple weeks in the lead up to starting. And I don't think I was playing during that time. And I definitely wasn't playing when I started at work, because I couldn't. Because I had to be up and on the bus by then. So yeah, I haven't played since nearly a year. And by the time I actually moved, well, even before I moved here, 345th went on hiatus, so... Now I live so close to the office, I can basically leave 5-10 minutes before I have to get to work. I can't play Armour anymore. Sag. Oh shit, sorry. I didn't notice the slides had run out. My bad. My, the way my monitors are set up, my chat window covers the actual OBS preview window, so I can't actually see when the slides finish. Even if I'm actually trying to pay attention, let alone if I'd forgotten to check. My bad. It's interesting as well. So Prairie Fire does model the interiors for the tanks that it has. Of varying detail. To be fair, some of them, like the Walker Bulldog, for instance, if you actually look at the interior of a Walker Bulldog in real life, they're very, like, Spartan. And Armor 3 lighting doesn't really do them a lot of favors there either. But, like, the T55, or is it a 55 or 54? I think it might be a 54. But anyway, that thing, the M48, all of those, PT-76, they'll have interiors. And I'm surprised they went to those lengths, especially for a game that isn't necessarily tank-centric. But yeah, like, it's cool to have the interiors as like a immersion or like an eye candy thing, but you don't actually use them. Because you can't fucking see anything, right? You're always looking through a periscope or an optic, or you're turned out of the hatch. So I think that Radian made the correct decision not to do interiors for GHPC beyond like their plan to do like basic interior sort of cupola views, but not the actual inside of the turret and everything. Like, it would be nice to have that detail, but it adds so much work, even in research, let alone actually modeling and texturing and animating and integrating with everything. Like, it's just not worth it. It's what stuff like Steel Beast is for. But I'm glad that Prairie Fire did do it, because it means if I need to show you roughly what the interior of, say, a T-55 oid looks like, or an M60 oid, I can do it. GHPC simulates the how the things work, like from a actually using them perspective, whereas being able to see the actual mechanical setup in Prairie Fire gives you how shit works from a mechanical perspective, but not necessarily like it doesn't give you the functionality in game because it's, you know, an armor mod or like an armor creator DLC. They don't want to get too carried away with it. Sorry that I keep coughing and peeking the mic. Can't help it. And I don't have like a quick mute button that I can press. I probably should set one of those up. That would be a pro streamer thing to do, but we don't do that here. I do kind of want to get some DCS in today. I don't know if I'm going to. Probably not, honestly. Because it's going to take me probably... I'm probably going to be talking through this for like an hour. And then I'm going to want to play at least an hour or two of GHPC missions, and that's already put me several hours over how long I was planning to stream for today. So, yeah, maybe we'll do DCS whenever I have time next, which will probably be like in a month or two. I don't know. Life's busy. September I might be able to get a few streams in, as long as I'm not too overloaded with work. We'll see. Man, this being a semi-functional adult shit is really hard. Been playing Totally Realistic, EDF6 and Battletech more than anything else. I've been playing mostly GHPC because I can get in a couple missions between doing other things. Like, you know, the way I play GHPC, missions average about 15 to 30 minutes, which is a decent little play session. DCS, I've done a few sorties here and there on Ligmas, but even then it's like a 20-minute MiG-21 sortie. I just don't have the energy for that a lot of the time. I've also had the issue where DCS will just randomly disconnect me mid-flight. I don't think I've got like a bad internet connection here necessarily. I just think that DCS is so oversensitive to any interruption in packet flow that if I have even the slightest blip, it just boots me out of the server. And let me tell you, after I've spent 15 minutes starting up the MiG and getting it off the ground and finding something to shoot at, having it drop me back to the lobby, nothing kills my desire to play DCS better than that happening. Oh, we're on the home stretch. Yeah, just looking at that slide there with the M60, they've always had the grab rails on the side of the turret. I'm just fucking blind. Oh boy. The other thing as well with DCS is the whole, like, drama with Razbam and ED has kind of just put me off. Like, honestly, I haven't been keeping as close track of it as a lot of people, and, like, I have some theories as to what triggered it, but I'm not gonna say them because I don't want to get involved. But it shouldn't have happened. It's not doing anyone any favors on either side. It just sucks in general, and it makes me feel like I might not end up getting my MiG-23 ever. Or if I do, it'll be way down the line, and it might not be... It'll probably end up being like a fucking Capabilities MLD or something. And so it just really fucking puts me off. So yeah, DCS is a bit of a bummer at the moment. And then Misfizz I'd like to get back into, but I still haven't defuculated my install. And the SSD I have it running on is just about full. I gotta figure out what scenery I have is duplicated, what scenery I have is now covered by default in-game scenery, clean out some stuff like that, update a bunch of things. Yeah, like, I'm over it, man. I kind of... The MiG-23 was like my one fucking thing that I was really looking forwards to, and until this whole relationship thing happened. That was like my rock. The whole idea of flying the MiG-23 in DCS and clowning on like Phantom Blue 4 tragics was like the thing I was looking forwards to. When I was having a really shit day, it was like, it's okay, one day I'll have MiG-23. Yeah, that's... So yeah, it's easy to just not even think about it anymore. This is me singing at the MiG-23. Oh, I've been playing a bit of Nuclear Option too. Not as much of the last couple weeks, but I have played a fair bit of it over the past few months. Because it's also a thing I can just hop into at my leisure and kind of... I can play for 20 minutes, I can play for like 5 hours, doesn't matter. It's fun. I kind of wish it wasn't so future tech though, or at least it incorporated some more asymmetric / older equipment. Again, referencing my earlier point about, like, I want a GHPC, either mod or like a GHPC OID game, but with the NATO, like, military analyst estimates of what the Soviets had in like the 70s and 80s. I want that for flight sims as well, but like nuclear option. So like weird, you know, sci-fi-ish looking MiGs flying around. That'd be fun with like 60s and 70s tech. That'd be awesome. I think that's still one of the best screenshots I got from GHPC with the fucking Cobra getting hit. Right, we're nearly ready to boot armor. I'm sorry for the lengthy delay, but you know, you guys are probably almost all regulars here. You know that's how we do things here. It's probably one of the shorter like BRB screen chat sessions that we've had, honestly. I need to do some more space engineers sometime soon. But I like really do not have the time to get sucked into it for weeks on end anymore. It's the problem with good games is you just want to play them like for weeks without pause, and you can't when you're a fucking adult. It sucks. Fucking sucks, dude. Yeah, I discovered them by accident. Like I don't know, 2 3 months ago, I was on a Mountain Blade kick. Oh yeah, I've been playing that too. I was on a Mountain Blade kick, and because you know I am a child of the prairies, which is basically the same thing as a child of the steppe, I automatically want to play a fucking steppe nomad. So I was putting together a playlist for horse archery griefing, and I came across a collab that they did with fuck, what's his name, Turkish guy, and it was really good. I was like, oh, this rules. I'm putting this on the playlist, and then I found their songs through that. I was like, this also rules. This is also going on the playlist. Nearly there. Okay, it's done downloading now. It's just got to actually patch the game. Also got back into miniature painting again. Nice. I need to get back into building model kits. I keep meaning to do it, but I haven't yet. I started on the MiG-23, and by started, I mean I primed the large parts of it. But I've still got to actually get the paint, like the color paint, so I can paint the cockpit, and then I can start assembling the thing, because I don't want to put it to, like, I don't want to do it ass backwards. I want to actually have the cockpit together and the paint and the decals and everything done before I build the whole model. Then probably after the MiG-23, I'll do the Su-15. And then I've got a whole moving box of other kits to put together, some of which I've owned since I was like 12 or 13 years old and just never had time for. So hey, at least when, you know, World War III comes and all of our fucking electronic infrastructure gets ass blasted back into the fucking Stone Age, I won't be bored. The joke's on me. It's going to take forever to actually install the patch now. Like, the download will probably be the fast part. Imagine planning ahead. Who does that, honestly? I think once we're back in GHPC, I'll do the new missions. There's 3 of them. And then I might do like 2 or 3 existing missions, but with a codex shuffle. So that's probably 2 hours worth ish, 2.5 hours worth of gameplay. Fuck, this is gonna be like a 6-hour stream. Jesus Christ, that wasn't what I meant to do. Oh well, all good. %50 patched. Actually, I'm really curious now how the if they've added like aerial firefighting, well, just firefighting in general. I wonder how the fire works. I wonder if it's like if it spreads kind of like the old JTD fire smoke mod in Arma 2. That was such a fun mod, but also like it would murder servers because somebody would inevitably like get a vehicle blown up near a forest and then half the map would be on fire, and also it was like not synced properly over network, so people would die and they wouldn't know why they were dying because on like somebody else's screen they were standing in the middle of a giant fucking forest fire. It was great. What are you patching? Arma 3, because we're going to boot up Sog Prairie Fire because I need to use it to demonstrate something I was discussing while playing Gunner Hit PC before. Because, you know, that's a normal thing around here. I really love this song, but it has got to be like one of the most aged like milk pieces of music ever written. in true software fucking dysfunction fashion, the last 10% of updating seems to be taking the longest amount of time. So I'm going to be right back. I need a toilet break. Hopefully the music bot behaves itself while I'm gone. And hopefully by the time I'm back, we can actually get the game launched. Yay, it's updated. Finally. Oh, and the music bot stopped. Good timing. Why the fuck would it stop on that song? So yeah, the thing is, the music bot seems very temperamental now. I don't know if it's just because tons of videos are suddenly being locked to, like, the music bot won't play something that doesn't allow external embedding. And I don't know if that's the issue, or... Update failed, not enough free disk space. Oh my fucking god, you gotta be shitting me. Which disk is on? Give me another minute, chat. Why am I like this? Oh, I see why. It's on my fucking... It's on the, I put too much stuff on my armor SSD that probably doesn't need to be there, so I can just move it. Least disorganized Ross stream. This is a great example of how my brain works, though. It's like I live in a perpetual state of it seemed like a good idea at the time. In this case, oh, I'll just use fucking Sog Prairie Fire to demonstrate what I mean about the sighting arrangement, the like linkages in the M60. That seemed like a good idea at the time. Before I realized I needed to update armor. Before I realized I needed to move something else off of that disk or off of that SSD so I could update armor. Yeah. A normal human being would have noped out of this idea at the moment they realized they hadn't updated armor yet and there was a 28 gig update to install. Or at the very least, by the time they realized that there wasn't enough space on the disk, and so they'd have to move something else off of it. Because I've now realized that Steam is just going to take an age to move Hell Let Loose from that SSD to another drive. Because it probably doesn't even need to be on an SSD, let alone that one, and also I don't play it that much. But you know, we don't do normal things around here. We do stupid things. Like prolong the stream by over an hour just to spend 5 minutes in Armor 3 demonstrating something. What the fuck? You know what? There's a better way to do this. This is going to take ages to move, so while it's doing that, I'm going to set something else up. Give me a couple minutes. It's not actually a better way of doing this because it won't be interactive, but at least I can fucking point to things. Hey Bart, good to see you, man. What's this? An incredibly like comically disorganized stream where about half of the stream overall time so far has been me fucking around waiting for a game to update, which I'm now not even going to bother playing because I wanted to demonstrate something for 5 minutes to demonstrate it because I was talking about it in another game because I'm a normal person. Also, my workaround solution, it's not working too well at the moment because the thing I need to open to get it running is not loading. For fuck's sake. Cheers, Bo. Good to see you too. And yeah, it's been going pretty well. That's the reason I haven't been streaming. Is I've been too busy having an actual life outside of streaming, which is nice. I kind of do want to actually have Armor running to show this like live because it would make it so much easier, and then also I can show you the other tanks as well, just out of like interest. But I don't want to wait for it. It's taking so long. Why is it like this? And why does the music pot keep fucking stopping? Yeah, no, it's been good. Been busy with work, and I actually found another human being who can tolerate me. Somehow. Download throttle, or you just get... No, it's downloaded. The issue is, well, it was a 28 gig update, so it did take a while to download, but my internet's pretty fast. The issue now is that I didn't realize that the SSD that Armor lives on is just slightly too full for the patch to actually install. And so I was like, okay, well, I'll move Hell Let Loose off of it because that's a huge game. And now Steam has just given up the ghost on moving Hell Let Loose. It's gone like 5% progress maybe, and it's just not doing anything. So I'm going to cancel out of that. Fuck this. I'm going to copy paste the files. I don't give a shit. Steam can figure out where I put it later. Next time I play it, whatever the fuck that is, I'll just have to go, oh, I remember why it's not working. It's because I moved it the old-fashioned way. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Cut and paste. Problem about to be solved. And the gore that exists on my fucking PC storage and the registry just got like probably 3 times worse. But whatever, I don't care. Huh? Destination has 228 files with the same. Is it already on? What? Huh? What the fuck have I done? Oh, I probably did this before and then forgot to tell Steam I did it, so then it installed it automatically. Fuck. Oops. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Oh. So the cut paste solution, time remaining about 1 hour and 25 minutes. Fuck. But that'll probably go down. It's just because it's going through a shit ton of small files at the moment. Yeah, it's going brilliantly, hey. Okay, that's now dropped to about 23 minutes. Now we're cooking. It's because it's going through all the loose audio files. Once it hit, yeah, just hit the pack files. Now it's down to 3 minutes. Why did they... Why were there loose audio files? What the fuck? Hey, Kochek, good to see you, man. Hope you've been keeping well. We're having a bit of a dumpster fire here in what should be a surprise to nobody. Yeah, it's this stream is going well. I planned this perfectly. Oh, I haven't been keeping track of New South Wales politics. I don't have the misfortune of living in New South Wales anymore, so what happened? Failed to register 150 candidates for the local election by deadline, says there'll be no Libs on the ballot. Fucking beautiful. Love it. Fucking love it. Now, if only they could do that nationally at the federal level and at all the other state and territory levels. Mind you, not like the ALP are in fantastic shape either, but you know, lesser of two evils, I suppose. Be nice if we had a government that, you know, actually did what was best for this country and the people in it, not what was best for the fucking vampires across the ocean. The Pacific Ocean, that is, just in case, you know, anyone wasn't sure. Okay, we've got a couple minutes left on this transferring Hell Let Loose stuff over. Since it's actually cut pasting, I might be able to start the armor patch again. It's probably going to throttle the shit out of my PC's performance, but there might be enough room for it to actually install now. Fingers crossed. Also, fingers crossed, Steam isn't going to freeze on me because it looks like it's threatening to, because of course it would be. I swear to God. The Smiths. I got to see Morrissey live when he came out here 2018, 2019, I think, something like that. Pretty good. I mean, he's a fuckwit. He's always been a bit of a fuckwit. He's a turbo fuckwit now, but it was a good show. So it's kind of wild seeing like my oldest kind of GHPC screenshots in these era backslides, and then just like comparing it to how the game looks now. It's pretty wild. Like, you don't necessarily notice the incremental improvements to things as you're playing it, but when you actually compare them side by side, it's like significantly different. I do kind of miss. So the last 2 or 3 GHPC screenshots that you just saw, not this one here, they were from the old campaign placeholder. So the current one uses a couple of set templates to arrange missions and just swaps out vehicles. But the previous iteration, it was, I think, somewhat randomized where it spawned them and what their objective was. And sometimes it would give you like a really fucked up mission where it just like the objective was on the far side of the map, or like you had a really shit position to defend or whatever. But and like the AI would get hung up on trees, or they'd flip over on spawn. This is like largely stuff that's been fixed by now, so it might actually work if they re-implemented it. But also, like, it would be a fuck around to re-implement it when they can just wait until they've got the actual campaign ready. But yeah, it was kind of cool because every now and then you get this mission set up where it would take about 5 or 10 minutes for the AI to reach their objective on a defense mission, and so you would have to like try and prepare and figure out where the fuck they were coming from and like send out little reconnaissance runs and shit. It was great. And I kind of miss it. But also, you know, I don't miss having at least half of the missions it generated be broken. So it is what it is. Okay, Hell Let Loose is done moving, so now I'm just waiting on Armor to finish patching, which it should hopefully do in a couple minutes. Fingers crossed it'll work this time, and then I can finally boot it up, and we can take a poke around the interior of some of these tanks. And then we'll go back to GHPC, and we'll play a couple of missions through. And yeah, no DCS today. I'm just not going to have time or energy. I'll have to do it next time I stream. Which is kind of fair, because the last time I managed to stream, which I think was about a month ago, maybe a month and change, I wanted to do GHPC as well, but I only ended up having time for DCS. So it's swings and roundabouts. Also, I shout out to me of whichever year I did these. Like I did the captioning for this scene in. Please hold for a brief intermission. I don't think I've ever had a brief intermission on this channel. Not once. It's been like half an hour minimum. So there's one for the unintentional ironic humor. Not enough hours of the day, yeah. Not even on a Sunday. Oh, that didn't work as well as I planned. I thought it would only strike out the selection. I had brief selected. Womp womp. Been like that with kids lately, and then the wife and me being pretty sick on it. Yeah, dude, I've been sick basically every other week since fucking Easter. So my girlfriend has toddlers, and they are like up and coming biological warfare specialists because she gets sick from them and then I get sick from her. To be fair, like, it's my own fault I keep getting sick because I have no self-control. And I'll know she's sick, I'll be like, I don't care, come over. But, yeah. It's great. And then, like, any time where I'm not sick, I'm either working, if it's during the week, or if it's not during the, or if it's like a work evening or something, I've just got home, I'm too tired to do anything except sit around and shitpost or like watch videos or something. And then if it's a weekend, like, we're going out somewhere, or she comes round, or like we're just chatting on the phone. So yeah, I don't have a lot of free time anymore. But it's okay. It's good reasons to not have free time, except for the being sick thing. Seeing what Wargaming have done to World of Warships, do not rate them as a developer. I haven't seen what they've done to Warships for ages, because I haven't played Warships since probably like 2019, 2020 maybe. Same with tanks, I haven't played for ages. I enjoyed the shit out of them back in the day, but yeah, I don't know about now. I don't know how I'd cope with warships having submarines and stuff in it. It's probably like, I'd have to relearn how to play the whole game, and I really just don't have the time or energy. What you say is more realistic? Yeah, gonna hate PC. Just by a bit, you know. Okay, so, latest comedic development in this shit show is Steam now wants to validate the update it just conducted on Arma 3. It is validating 1.35 gigabytes of 17.89 gigabytes, and it is doing it with painful slowness. And it's probably going to want to download more shit afterwards. Oh my fucking god, why is it like this? I'm just trying to figure out where the red line is, where I'm just like, no, fuck it, I don't care, you're not going to look at the inside of the M48, I'll do it some other stream. We're not there yet, but I think we're getting close to it. I think fully half of this stream, no, more than half of this stream has been sitting on the BRB screen talking shit, so not out of character for me, although usually that only happens when I have actually taken my meds, so doing it without taking them is impressive. But yeah, we'll see how we go. It's speeding up a little now, but it's still slow as fuck. Yeah, well, I don't know if I'd even say all of these were successful. I really wish Steam had... I'm sure there's there's multiple reasons why they don't let you do it, and at least some of them are probably cynical business reasons, or like contractual obligation reasons. But I wish that Steam would give you the option of just like, no, don't update this game unless I fucking tell you to. I don't care if it's out of date, let me play it. Because, like, games where I've got mods installed, or games where it's got, like, a massive fucking update that I don't actually fucking care about, and I just want to jump on it for 5 minutes to show something on stream. That would be wonderful if I could do that. That would be amazing, but no, not allowed. Gotta fucking have everything up to date. You can do that? I mean, if you go offline, yeah. But I don't want to have it set to play offline mode, because then it's a fuck around to do anything online. So I wish you could do that without play offline mode and just like tell it, no, don't update this. Because even if you tell it don't keep this game up to date all the time, it'll still Start armor launcher in the You're a genius. My brain has turned to such mush. That would be the kind of thing I used to do, but the internet has ruined me. Okay, well, I'll just leave Steam to continue validating that, because it shouldn't hurt the game starting, as long as it's not actively writing anything. May have fucked it by starting the update, maybe. It's just verifying integrity at the moment, so it might work. But yeah, also... I'm glad nobody had the presence of mind to suggest that at the start when I said, oh fuck, there's a huge update. So I'm not the only one here who, like, probably needs to go, like, bang their head against the wall to wake their brain up. A 3 launcher. Yes, that's what we want. Well, the launcher's running. Yeah, you weren't, so you're exempt. Sog Prairie Fire, yes. Dude, I'm such a fucking idiot. I can't believe I didn't think of this. Like, this is what I used to do all the time for stuff, but yeah. Average Ross stream. 3 hours waiting for something to happen that didn't need to happen in the first place, but I'm too stupid to realize it. I forgot to tell it not to load with my usual mods as well, like the now outdated 345th mod pack, so that may fuck with it, but it should be okay. I hope. It looks like it's loading. Just slowly. Yeah, it's loading. Man, I miss road bases in ECW. They were fun. I just kind of miss old ECW in general, like when it was more chaotic and rough around the edges. Like, if you could take some of the features from current ECW and just backport them to the first couple of iterations, that would be so good. We're nearly there, chat. It's loading. I'm on the splash screen. Just gotta wait for it to go to the menu. Hey, I'm just gonna leave the music run until it shits itself on the next song it doesn't want to play, because that makes my life easier. I'm also going to pause my track IR because that's going to be a pain in the ass in game. Hello. Oh, I need my chat on screen, please. Please, there we go. So I'm just going to open up the, is it in extras? No. Let's see. I don't remember the menu structure. Oh, no, fuck. Showcases. Editor. There we go. I was going to say, I don't remember how to get to the editor in this. Okay, son. Doesn't really matter, but... I don't remember if I saved the mission I put together for this last time. I don't think I did. It's not really a mission, I just laid out a bunch of vehicles to play around with. It is actually showing armor, right? Yeah, okay, it is good. Okay. Fuck, it's been so long I don't even remember the controls for the editor so much. Go to the air base, because that's the most convenient place to do this stuff. Doesn't really make much difference in that. If they're Army or USMC, it's the same tanks, just different paint jobs, basically, and different crew. I'm also going to pull the crew out of them all. We're not going to bother with spawning a flame tank, because we don't need to. I'm not really trying to show that off. Put that up there. Just going to move myself there. PAVN. PT-76B. And then, yeah, T-54. And the Type 63 is very similar to a PT-76. It's just got a dome turret. It's a Chinese derivative, basically. I mean, we'll spawn one in anyway because it's slightly different internally, but it's very similar. And that is all our tanks, I think. Yeah. Okay. We'll just start with this little guy first. So we'll get in as loader and we'll hop across the turret maybe. So this is the inside of the M41. And it is actually like really Spartan in real life. There's not a lot of stuff in it. You sit really low in it, like, because it's quite tall. It has this little sort of stepped turret basket. And your commander sits up here. Well, actually, no. I think he even stands. There's like not a seat. And then it's got this fucked up traverse control. I think that's the power traverse there. Like, it's just it's a wheel. And then your manual traverses these things. I've got to see. Yeah. I'm going to try and remember what my... Do I have that bound? I thought I had that bound on the keyboard. Maybe not. Do I have it bound on my stick? No, I don't. Okay. Never mind. Oh, actually. Yes, I do. Let me have a look at what it's doing with the hand controls. Oh, okay. Right, so that just moves my view controls. That's why that's working like that. But yeah. So there's your Walker Bulldog. With a very, very simple gun sight. Now, I'm not sure how accurate the gun sights in these are, because they weren't, like, going for super duper fidelity, but I think it's fairly close, and your little turret clock's over there to show you where the turret's pointed. But yeah, very simple little thing with a very goofy control setup. So that's that. This is what I actually wanted to show you. This is what we're here for. We're going to jump in the turret from the Lotus side to start with. It's very similar to the M60, like this basic layout didn't really change. But then, and this is the rangefinder here across the top. Again, didn't really change in the M60, and the cupolas over there. So let's hop over first into the TC seat, and you can see his little 50 cal up here. This is goofy as hell. It's on its side and it's hand cranked around. Catch you later, man. Good to see you. Have a good weekend, or rest of your weekend. Good Sunday evening. And yeah, hopefully it won't be so long next time. So yeah, this is your like early sort of cupola. The M60s is a little more mature than this one, obviously. And then if we look down into the turret, you've got your hand control there. So that's your turret control override. This does not have Hunter Killer. There's no slew to Q functionality. You can control the turret directly yourself, but like, yeah, that's it. And then you've got the rangefinder here and some of the settings for it there. I think those are for like bore sighting it, those knobs there. And then that's your eyepiece. And this is the sight for the 50 cal, which I don't know. Where the fuck? I have no idea where the sight for that actually is. Interesting. Oh, it's the little thing sticking out the roof. So it's probably like directly above my head or something. I don't know. Anyway, this gore is what is like controlling the turret. So if we go down to the gunner's position, so that's the gun to our left, elevating and depressing. That's your auxiliary sight. Well, actually, no, that's your full-on fucking gun sight in this, because it's a direct vision telescope, right? On the, or is it? That's the Unity sight. Does this have the... I'm not an M48 knower, so bear with me. No, I think this might have... Yeah, that's the Unity sight there. So you only have the direct vision sight in the M48, I think. In the M60, you, as well as the Unity, you've got the actual gunner's primary sight, which is, you know, a periscope that comes in through the roof and dangles in front of your face. This is the AUG sight on the M60. It's coaxial to the gun. When the gun moves, that moves. You got your... Hang on. If I recenter this, yeah, I do need the track IR on. That makes things easier. So you can see there I'm controlling the Cadillacs. Oh, and then that lets me... Okay, that's how I've got that bound up. You can see the gun lift there as well, under the gun. See the hydraulic ram raising and lowering it? That's how the gun elevates on the Pattern series. It's just a hydraulic ram. Anyway, you got your turret clock there to the right. That is your fire control computer. So that's what M. Sylvain had from the M48, the German one, and he actually pulled that thing apart on video. If anyone here is like subscribed to him and can grab the link for that video and dump it in chat, it would be appreciated. But yeah, like it's a cool piece of kit, but it's completely mechanical. The turret traverse gears are behind my shoulder, so the commander's control feeds into that, and also those are the control linkages there for his hand control. They feed into the same box as what mine do. So the gearbox is there. My controls are here. His control is there. You got this insane mechanical linkage, which I don't think is fully animated in this. Yeah, it's not. Or maybe it only moves when he takes over. Because, like, this is the turret drive, right? That is your manual traverse for the gunner, I'm pretty sure, because it's a hand crank. It goes over this articulating arm into there. So we got crank, gearbox, knee joint, gearbox, and actual traverse gear. It's unhinged. It's completely unhinged. And then that's all your stuff linking into the fire control computer and the commander's controls and all that stuff. Anyway, notice there is another linkage, an axle running between the fire control computer and the rangefinder. Because when the gun elevates, look the fuck at this. Why? Why are you like this? It's all mechanical linkages. So you've got that running across. Oh, and there's another axle, by the way, running into that part. So this, okay, my bad. That's the one that runs into the rangefinder from the fire control computer. That's the rangefinder directly above my head. This one, sorry, that doesn't run into the rangefinder. That runs into that cam, which then cams the rangefinder housing, and also cams the coax. What the Why? Why did they do this? And then if we go back to the Lotus seat, yeah, you can see, so that comes in under the coax and then runs across that bar, which links to that ram. That ram is what drives the elevation of the fucking rangefinder. And then the rangefinder is hooked by an axle into that. That's what... Okay, so when the commander feeds a range in with his knobs there, his adjusting knobs, that axle transfers it down into the fire control computer. All the tumblers and gears and cams and shit run. It then fucking runs that up to fucking, I don't know, do something. What the fuck? Like... So yeah, long story short, this is what I meant when I was in GHPC saying, like, if you could see the mechanism that controls all of this shit, this is why, even with the add-on stabilizer, the M60's gun sight is a fucking piece of shit, and the gunner's primary sight vibrates like it's, you know, had way too much red cordial, and the gunner's auxiliary sight, the direct telescope linked to the gun coaxially, is actually the more stable thing to look through. It's because of all of this fucking spaghetti inside the turret. Oh, and also, that runs, you know, down there, because of course it does. It's insane. And I love it. But yeah, there's your fire control computer. Oh, and that manual crank on it is for manually tweaking the range, I think. I forget. Go find the M. Sylvain video, it's really good. It's like an hour long, because it's so complex. Anyway, that's the M48, which you know, in terms of mechanisms inside the turret, is essentially identical to the M60. And there's your controls, by the way. Machine gun, main gun, turret power. And so when you flip machine gun and main gun, you can fire both at the same time. Because of course, why? I mean, why wouldn't you, right? But yeah, it's absurd. So let's go. Actually, bear with me, I'm curious about something. I want to see if I'm the only crew member in the tank. And I go to the gunner's seat. We're doing science, chat. Ah, so you don't need an actual loader. It just, yeah, it'll reload regardless. Okay. Curiosity satisfied. So we come over here to the PT-76. Let's hop in. So we are in the commander slash loader seat. Because it's a two-man turret, so commander and loader are the same person, basically. And it's very Spartan in here. Your radios and shit. Oh, I forgot the little ventilators animated, that's cute. But yeah, this is your PT-76. And you've got your little panoramic commander sight here. Because you don't actually have a cupola in this. And then we hop over to the gunner's seat. The gunner's seat. Okay, no, that's, sorry, that is the loader. The commander and gunner are the same person, same role.
Why, hello there.
Because this is your commander site.
KUKW.
Hey, Cotty. Hello there. Welcome to the shit show. So yeah, here's your, this is your commander slash gunner. So this is the commander site here. And then that single ocular down there is the gunner site, like the actual gun site. And that's your Cheburashka. I don't... Okay, that's how you do it. It's the plus and minus keys like it is in the RHS stuff, but it doesn't animate changing position. But yeah, that's the Cheburashka. And then you've got your manual controls over there. The Type 63 is essentially the same, just the turret shape's different. So I'll actually go to that next so you can see exactly how close they are. Oh yeah, the driver positions are modeled too, by the way. They're quite cool. So this one's slightly different, but not by much. Oops. Oh, and in this one you actually do have your hands on the Cheburashka, because here the commander is the loader, whereas on the PT-76 it's kind of the other way around. But yeah, that's your little, there's the engine firewall. It's really, like, they're really beautifully modeled and they're quite detailed. But yeah, like, imagine this for every tank in GHPC. The research they'd have to do, the time and effort on art, like, it's just not worth it. Yeah, like, maybe if they had a much larger team and a lot more money to work with, but not for such a small team on such a tight budget. It's not really, like, it doesn't add anything. Like, Arma already, like, has a fairly strong sort of role-playing community, so this kind of makes some degree of sense for Arma, but, like, let's be real. If you're actually fighting in this thing, this is what you're looking through. Oh my god, why can I see? I don't have a periscope on this side. I shouldn't have that view. That should be his view. Anyway, like, this is what you see. This is all you see when you're engaging stuff. Like, you would not be looking around the inside of the turret like this, except maybe to assess damage after you've taken a fucking hit. That would be it. That's happening probably super. Just don't know when. It's like lower priority, but that is what they plan to do. Is having like, you know, sort of like Squad or Postscriptum or games like that have, where it's you've got the cupola interior with the periscopes, but you don't have the full tank interior in this kind of detail. Like there'll be the implication of an interior, but it won't be fully detailed. Good old T-54. Look how detailed these things actually are. This is like ridiculous. Again, and it's a T-54, so it's got the fucking SGM next to me, the whole machine gun. Like this kind of detail is really cool to have, but you're never gonna really be looking at that. I mean, yeah, like this is what you're gonna see, right? That or turned out. Maybe this if you like really hate yourself, but the commander and gunner aren't gonna be looking around so much. I get it. Like the interiors are super cool to have, and they're super like the vibe is really cool, but it's just people are gonna be reasonable with their expectations. Flag display? Huh? What? Oh shit! I didn't even know that was a feature. That's cool. Anyway, we'll go to the loader seat first, and we'll work our way across the turret again. So, it's the loader seat, as the name suggests. You've got your Mark IV periscope there, in a hugely useful place, right behind the fucking lunar lamp. Love it. And then the coax on the loader's side, another SGMT, because this is a T-54. The PK wasn't a thing yet, so it's SGMTs. And then your big-ass gun breech. That thing is part of the stabilizer mechanism, I think. It's like a fucking oil cooler or something. It's part of the stabilizer under the gun. But yeah. And then you've got your travel lock up there, stowed on the roof. Recoil cage. And then spare ammo fucking everywhere. Yeah, like that's the thing. In a game where it's more lengthy missions, like Steel Beast or like, say, Armor, if you've got a big op going on, having the interior to just chill out and vibe with the boys and have like a road trip kind of thing going on, that's cool. Like, that's awesome. But GHPC is intentionally designed to be shorter missions, so you can just like, you know, it's basically like a pick up and sort of play thing. So just the priority isn't really there. And then you've got your cupola. So one of the things that, again, it's probably, even this is probably too much effort, but kind of the idea I had, like, of how I might want to do it is, like, have the commander's cupola be modeled in full detail like this, and have the interior blocked out, which you may notice some of the GHPC tank models already are from when they throw their turrets. They've got roughly model internals, like the T-55 does, the T-72 does. Like, there's some holes in the model, and like the textures are not 100% because they're only meant to be seen as it throws a turret, but the blockout is there. And so I figure, like, if you had none of the internal lights turned on, and then you had just a rough blockout and have like a dark sort of thing, so you have the sense of there being stuff in front of you and the sense of things moving, but you can't actually make out the shapes clearly, maybe even blur it or something. But even that's a lot of work. Like, even that is a shit ton of work, and then, you know, you're going to have crew visible. Even just their vague silhouette, you'll still see them, so someone's got to animate that. So it's just a fuck around. But yeah. Anyway, here we are in T-54 with, you know, some degree of hunter-killer capability immediately after World War II. Because, you know, the Soviets were just so cracked that they decided that was going to be a thing. And it took the West fucking ages to catch up for some reason. I think this has slew to Q. The 55 does. I think even this does. So, you know, I can be looking a completely different direction to the gunner and go, oh shit, there's something over there. And the gunner will salute, like the turret will salute to what I'm looking at. Anyway, let's go down to the gunner station. There's the Chaburashka. You can see how they're different in Soviet tanks versus the American ones. The American ones, it's like a steering wheel. The Cadillacs are like a steering wheel. Whereas the Chaburashka is like push-pull. Turret clock is down there. Next, or like below the manual traverse hand wheel. It's a manual elevation wheel. There actually no. It's probably beneath the Chaburashka. Yeah, it is. It's like by my knee. How convenient. So, this is the direct telescope sight. Like, this is the gunner's primary sight here, which is coaxially mounted to the gun. It's articulated. That's why the eyepiece doesn't move, but the actual telescope is coaxial to the gun. That, yeah, no, that's not a real thing. This is what it should be like, more or less, but that's the commander's sight, and the gunner wouldn't see that at all. But like I said earlier, the sights in this are simplified for kind of like gameplay reasons. But yeah, so there's your turret traverse gearbox is there. That's why the hand wheel's attached to it, so it just cranks directly into it. Stabilizer is under the gun, as I said, so you aren't going to be able to really see it from here. And then that... Does this have... Yeah, it does have a night sight. Of course it does, because it's got a fucking lunar lamp. Yeah, so this is your day sight, your primary sight. This would be your night sight. Do we have it functional in the game? Apparently not. Nope. Anyway. There you go. Tank interiors. That's all I wanted to show. We spent like 2 or 3 hours waiting for this game to fucking update so I could show you that. Good shit. Where's the outside port for the hull machine gun? On the 54, it's in the middle of the glass plate. Right there. Next to the driver. And if you ever wondered how to tell a T-54 from a T-55 in one easy step, that the ventilator cap is not present on the T-55 because that was removed when they made it CBRN resistant. Obviously, you know, to be resistant to fucking CBRN stuff, you don't want direct vents to the outside. You want an air filtration system that it runs through first. Oh, it's got the... Are those the old wheels or the not old ones? I don't remember. Harry's way better at T-54 and T-55 lore than I am. He was in Cambodia a while ago, and he came across a like fucking T-54 model 1947 with the undercut turret and the fucking spiderwebbed road wheels and everything. Sent me a couple photos of it. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I was just chilling in a field. I don't know if it was like an open air museum or something, but it was just vibing. It was really, really cool. You find the weirdest shit laying around. Like, just the most bizarre shit. Okay, back to GHPC. Yay. After all that. I'm not going to go to the BRB screen, I'll just let it start up. So we'll do the 3 new missions in their default configuration, and then we'll fuck around a bit with some existing missions. We'll do a bit of codec swap. probably need to grab myself another cup of tea in a minute or two. Well, after we'll do a mission, then I'll grab a cup of tea because I don't want to blow my voice out. It isn't unhinged at all. It's like the most unhinged tank, the most hinged tank I've ever seen. Yeah, true. You got me. Been enjoying squad a lot lately. I really wish I could enjoy squad more. The problem is like it's so hit or miss whether you have a positive experience or a shit one, and like it's one of those games where you need to set aside several hours to actually play it. So I have barely played squad for years. It's a shame. I did do a couple of squad nights with Min and the gang, like late last year I think, or early this year, but I just haven't had time lately. So, 3 new missions. Late to the party, rolling the flank, and cheat tricks. We'll just do them in order. Late to the party. It's a blue 4 mission. They're all blue missions. Situation, you're one section, tasked with delaying the enemy advance guard of a motor rifle regiment moving through your area. Max's ears pricking up if still here. Enemy 2 BRDM2s, 5 BMP2s, 7 T-80Bs separated into a divisional reconnaissance element, combat reconnaissance patrol, and the advance guard main body. Enemy units are anticipated to advance on one of 2 axes to advance. I think... I don't remember, is that the same thing as the FSE but with a different name? I don't remember because the Brits and the Americans use different fucking names for everything. I think we're missing a level here, but also because of, you know, performance constraints, they can't just throw a fucking shit ton of tanks into a single mission. Doesn't matter anyway, it's a fun mission. Enemy units are anticipated to advance on one of 2 axes of advance. Friendly, 2 M2 Bradley in your section, 2 M2 Bradley in 2 section who are on your left flank, 2 M1 IP in 2 platoon who are arriving late, hence the name. 6 fire missions, 3 smoke missions, 3 air support. Mission, your section is to delay and destroy the enemy from battle position copper, battle position silver, and battle position gold. Coordinating instructions, 1 platoon will be arriving soon, TM. Hold out until they arrive. Be sure to use the artillery and air support assets to destroy identified enemy forces. Let's go. Join a squad where the leader has clan tags. See, that's bitten me in the past because they'll either be like, oh, we don't want any outsiders, blah, blah, blah. Or it'll be one of those fucking weirdo, like, LARP squads where all they want to do is build a fucking Doom fort in the arse end of the map somewhere and just do nothing. So generally I'll only play it if I've got a couple of mates that want to play as well, because then we'll just have our own squad running and fill out the numbers with puppies. Or like, if we don't run our own squad, we'll at least join an existing squad, and then we'll, you know, even if the rest of the squad are doing fucking nothing, we can go do our own thing. Guess T-55 yeeted the machine gun? Yes, it did. It did. Okay. So we need to set this thing up. Another thing, the update that lets you like alter ammunition in a mission and stuff, like the menu that lets you customize the missions, that fucked with the Bradley's existing system to switch the belts for primarily AP or primarily HE in a mission, so that needs to be redone. So at the moment we're stuck with 70 round AP belts, but it's okay, could be worse. Like once or twice, yeah, I have Saber, but I haven't had like a really good solid game playing as the Aussies yet. I'm gonna tell him to space out a bit more. I don't like him being that close with artillery and playing. So we got 2 approaches. We got the right axis will be coming down that road. We got a reasonable line of sight down it. And the left axis will be coming up that. Okay, you know what? I'm going to shift this way a bit, because the first time I played, I don't know if it's randomized which side they come down, it might be, but the first time I played this mission, they came down the left flank and caught me completely by surprise, and, like, it was not fun. What the fuck are you doing? Get in line formation. I did tell them to go to 50 meters, right? We still don't have great sight down that road, but it's better than nothing. Please don't turn your back to the enemy. There you go. Buddy. Now we displace. Come on. Catch up, buddy. Don't want you getting fucked by whatever's coming next. That was their divisional reconnaissance per BRDM, so the next thing that we would be expecting is their combat reconnaissance patrol, which will be a tank and a couple of BMPs, or a couple of tanks and a BMP or two. Oh, buddy. Please. Halt. Tune. Formation. Column. Sometimes the AI struggles a bit when you fuck with their formation pathfinding. If I have to, I can go down there and grab him manually, but try and encourage him to... Two sections Bradleys are actually coming up the road that I'm worried about the enemy using. So that's something. Is he coming up? No, he's not. Okay, I'm gonna... so that my lead Bradley doesn't move, and I'm gonna take this guy and I'm gonna fucking scoot him out of here. I can already hear Torres firing. That is not good. Oh shit. That was a BMP. Well, now we know where they're coming from. We're gonna smoke that flank. We're gonna call Cass in. Just one lot of Cass. Shit. T-80. We'll deal with that in a minute. Interesting. He's gonna... oh shit. I can't see, I can't see, I can't see. No shit. Okay, we're gonna... oh fuck. And I already used the smokes on this guy. And we've lost... oh fuck me. Oh, that was my platoon lead. Great. Love it. Thank you, US Air Force. Thank you. Jesus Christ. This is going well. Okay, 2 sections gonna come down here as well. I kind of fucked myself there with that smoke because I couldn't see clearly through it to guide my own toe. Big brain. The fucking smoke effects in this game are so good. No Wop is a fucking magician. Now, there is a chance that there might be some pathfinding issues that mean we have to go hunting for stragglers. The first time I played this mission, that's what happened. There are occasions where AI will get hung up on trees still. Like, they won't get stuck in the trees like they used to, but they'll, it'll mess with their waypoints and they'll decide, actually, fuck you, I'm not going to my next waypoint, I'm just going to vibe here. But yeah. Hopefully it should work fine, but every now and then you do still get a bit of a whoopsie with the AI. It's nowhere near as much of an issue as it used to be, though. I'm gonna park this guy over here in this tree line, and then I'm probably gonna grab the 2-section Bradleys and move them a little, because the place they will want to go to, like their default waypoint, is a little exposed. Really don't want to be parked that close to a tree if you're going to be firing toes, at least in real life. In game it doesn't matter as much. Might, I mean in real life you just get out and break the fucking branch off the tree or something, but we'll just park here. I can see well enough. So we'll... Oh shit, we lost another fucking Bradley? God damn. He's over there somewhere. I'm gonna park this guy down in this tree line, I think, because that one's, whoops, that one's line of sight's kind of blocked. They'll get shots only once the Soviets come down into this bowl here. I want to catch them ideally before then, because they're going to be at, like, dick punching range. This is the red sights on Bradley Gen 1 or Gen 2. I think it's Gen 1. They replaced them with green at some point after the ODS upgrade, but I don't remember exactly when. And this is an OG, like, M2 Bradley. It doesn't have the laser rangefinder yet. It does have the auxiliary sight. I don't remember if they've added that last time I streamed GHPC, so I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but it does have the aux sight. So that's a thing now. And what are the tanks doing? Oh, they're still moving up into position. I'm going to tell this guy to stay here so the AI doesn't move him, and then I'm going to grab the M1s. And I'm actually going to... Fuck. This is where they're dropping Artie, of course. Platoon, formation line. 50-meter spacing. Keep the M1 set up on this flank. It's not a great position, but they might get a chance to hit things on the way down, and then they can just move up as the engagement progresses. Where's the other? Okay, yeah, he's in position. So we'll hold him here for now. Go back to our lead Bradley, because he's likely to spot the enemy first. We're going to go to toe, because probably the first thing over the crest will be tanks. This guy's already blown his smoke grenades, so we're going to have to shoot and fuck off into the trees and hope we don't get hit. And mind you, this is with the toe reload still being faster than it would be in real life, and also not locking the turret and making the other weapons unusable like it would in real life. That still needs the fire control code refactor. Oh shit, they're coming from the other flank. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh shit, shit, shit. That went well. Both fucking Bradley's dead. Shit, 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 shit. And I'm going to drop smoke between me and them just to kind of obscure... They're going to drive through it, but it'll obscure the rear guys at least a little. I'm going to move him up. This is like the opposite of what I was hoping would happen, because I forgot they do actually sometimes randomize which flank they use. So now we're going to be knife fighting with T-80s. This is fine. And also we're doing it with M774, not fucking 833. So the T-80s are actually going to be kind of hard to penetrate. We're just going to use the gas. Oh, that's an A10. We're going to use the gas because I don't want to be shooting the dirt, because the GPS is quite low down. Or, sorry, quite high up. Oh, fuck, that was a good turret, bro. Shit, fuck, shit. I'll talk to you guys when I'm done panicking. Fuck. We're gonna have to redo it. How do you see that? Oh, fuck. Gun barrels destroying everything. Yeah. No. No. Trees will be knocked downable later in development, by the way. That's just not finished yet, because it's kind of lower priority compared to a bunch of other stuff. We got fucking whooped. Anyway. Yeah, because the GPS is on the turret roof, and the actual gun sits quite low compared to it, when you're engaging at close range over a berm like that, you generally don't want to be using the GPS, you just use the AUG sight and fucking blaze it. A10 gun is not implemented yet because they had to do a worker, like, they had to come up with a solution so it wouldn't be spamming the fucking ballistics calculator with, you know, several thousand rounds a minute, because that would, like, fuck the game. They're probably going to end up doing a simplified implementation, kind of like what they did with the infantry. So at the moment they just use bombs. They don't even use MAVs and rockets and stuff yet. Like, they can implement those, they just haven't got around to it yet because it's lower priority. I'm just going to pause, because I want to go back to the battlefield and have a look around. Oh, trenches as well. I forgot to mention trenches were implemented in this patch, but only some missions have them so far. And they scale to whichever vehicle is going to spawn in that position. So he got fucked through the turret. Should have brought javelins. Did not exist at this point in history. Dragons did, and those will be coming to the game. They just haven't yet. T-80s are fucking scary, man. There's a chance that 3BM32 will suffer the same fate that M833 did and become like a very low probability of getting it thing for the campaign only, and it won't be the default in missions. But that hasn't happened yet, and even when it does, the T-80 is still going to be scary. Shit, old mate's stamped on the fucking brakes right as I hit the pause button. He's nosing in. Gonna add Eric's only if they add a faction that used it, so if they add a, like, if they end up adding the Canadians, or, you know, presumably the French, then you might see it, but they weren't in this area in sufficient numbers. They were a bit deeper in reserve, so that would be like a future DLC for the game. So yeah, we did not have a good run there. It's a Meltley. Now, I want to figure out what the fuck happened to him. He must have got zapped by an artillery shell, maybe? I'll go to the after action in a minute and we'll see for sure what happened to him. Well, probably if it was artillery splash, it might not show it. He got fucked by the CRP because I was out of position. That's the T-80 that I hit. I think I must have killed his crew. Because he's not catastrophically destroyed, but he's also dead. And no hatch is open, so the crew didn't get out. The Dragon is a very funny thing. So it's direct fire, it doesn't do any top-down shit. And it's got a very interesting control system. Instead of steering using fins, it has little rockets that fire, so it makes this popcorn noise as it's flying, because it'll fire a rocket for like a fraction of a second to course correct itself. So it makes this like pop, 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 pop noise as it flies down range. It's an interesting weapon. Very, very interesting weapon. There's our divisional reconnaissance that we popped right off the bat. There's a BMP. Were there any stragglers in this run that got hung up on terrain? I don't think so. Nope, looks good. Okay. So that was just my own incompetence. We'll have to rerun the mission, which was not in the plan, but, you know. So we took lower losses than them, but that doesn't matter because they took their objective. War isn't about your sick kill-death ratio, it's about who can take and hold ground and who can survive attrition the best. And while we might have got a better, you know, kill-death ratio in this one engagement, overall attrition-wise, they have more stuff than us. And they can get replacement stuff to the front line a lot quicker than we can. So, do the math. Yeah, so he got clapped by... Oh, wow. Oh, okay, no wonder. He got clapped by this guy all the way back here while I was trying to reposition my other BMP. Or not BMP, Bradley. Surprising that actually got through. Fucked the commander up. Did a bunch of damage to the interior. But it looks like it didn't actually start cooking the ammo, and even if there was a fire, they would have put it out because the tank's not scorched. But the crew are all dead, so I wonder... that would be what happened. So the commander was killed, and then the Phantom overpressured the rest of the crew because that bomb would have blown up right behind the tank and fucked it. Then that was artillery that fucked him up. And the rest, we kind of know what happened there. Roof. 5 hole. We'll try again. I'll have to get a drink after this. Dragon, first weapon with thermals. It was certainly one of the first, yeah. I think it was the first main portable one with thermals. It's 4 PM. We'll see how we go with timings. I'm hoping to get all 3 of the new missions plus at least a couple of the the older ones, but with switched up tanks. But also I'm hoping to have some time left this evening to, you know, eat, because I ate breakfast, I didn't really eat lunch. I need some dinner. Yeah, that's why I guided. So's the tow. So are the Soviet tube-launched ATGMs. And the Malyutka. Whereas the gun-launched stuff and the helicopter-launched stuff for the Soviets were not wire-guided, they were radio-guided. Oh shit, I should have told him to get his spacing out before I did this. 50 meters spacing. I'm going to pull this guy up here a bit. Onto slightly higher ground. When multiplayer is a thing, it'll be nice here because you could tell your right-hand wingman, if they're a player, you watch right of arc, so he'd be like scanning that between those power poles and that tree line, and then I'd be scanning left of arc over this way. But because you can't always rely on the AI to have their shit together, you got to kind of cover both yourself. Ooh, that is some serious artillery dropping in behind us. Yeah, they came up this way. Identified PC. I think he's dead. Just put a couple more rounds in to be sure, and so I can reload the belt while I'm repositioning. Although I might not be able to, I might not have shot enough. Yeah, I haven't. Okay, we're just going to reposition anyway. Come on, buddy, I'll get you into column just because we need to move fast. So their reconnaissance came up that way and we engaged them on that side. Their main force will probably come up that way because they wouldn't have had time just yet to react to the fact they were engaged on that flank, but... That's behind trees at the moment, so we'll focus back this way just in case. Yeah, anything wire-guided is going to not like going over water. It's not going to like going over, like, through tree branches and shit, or crossing over actual, like, other wires, either other wire-guided weapon cables or power lines. Because the cables need or the wires need a bit of slack in them, right? They're spooling out really fast. And so they aren't pulled tight, and they'll droop into like water. They'll short out on buildings too. If they've got low clearance over a building or a piece of ground, they might short out. Although, you know, that's kind of an annoying thing to model in games, and it's kind of hard to signpost that to the player. Like, communicate to them that's why their shit's not guiding. So, I don't know if we'll see that in Gunner Heat PC necessarily. Formation line, thank you. Sorry, I should have told you that before. Just quickly scan that way. Just going to switch to the tow preemptively, because again, I'm expecting the first thing I see to be a tank. The tanks always lead with the BMPs in trail, or BTRs depending on regiment composition. Identified tank. That didn't kill it. Fuck! This hasn't gone well. I don't want to use my air support just yet. This is... like, I should be able to deal with BMPs with a Bradley. Where's the other one? I need to start moving. There it is. Okay, buddy. Whoops. ND. Fucking hell. We know they're pushing this flank now, so solid odds they're just going to come through this gap when they push through. So they'll be coming down directly in front of... If I position the same place I did last time, they'll be coming down directly into us. And they'll be coming downhill. The problem is there's a lot of trees here that make it kind of a little more difficult to acquire a good target. But yeah, to formation line. I'm going to split him off and manually position him anyway, but just for now... I'll hold the air support for a moment. It's not ideal, but it'll do. Oh, fuck, what are you doing? Oh, don't you start driving. Oh my god. Why? Why do you do this to me? Return. Movement. Halt. You come here. I'm gonna drop fucking smoke there just for the time being, and I'm gonna call in all the casts I have, because I know they're probably just about to crest that fucking hill. They're already smoking my position, which means they're definitely on their way. I'm gonna drive this guy in here. See the comment? Yeah, Pentagon Wars. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I've seen the Bradley part of it. I'm just going to let the Abrams position themselves, because they probably are going to put themselves in a better spot than I would put them at the moment. I just need to be a bit hands-off with them. A little paranoid that they might still come through that way, but I don't think they will. I think once they've committed to a flank, that's the one they'll stick with in this mission, so should be okay. And also once the cat starts engaging, we'll have an idea what, like, where they are, because we'll see the bomb plumes come up. Oh yeah, they're right back there. Behind that tree. Oh. Yeah, they're behind that tree line. My position here, I can kind of cover both. I just don't want to snag the toe on a tree when I fire it. Because while the wire shorting on trees might not be modelled at the moment, the toe hitting the fucking trunk as it comes out of the tube absolutely is. The waiting is the hardest part. I'm going to start dropping artillery about there. Just in anticipation, because they're going to be coming around that corner real soon. So having the artillery already dropping might do us some favors, hopefully. Take a little bit longer to move up on this flank than they do on the other one. So yeah, I'm fairly confident they're coming this way. But we'll just check over here anyway. The real comedy option is that direction, but I don't think they flank that far around. I think they only come through this gap or this gap. I only played this one a couple times. Wow. I've got a bunch of articles, but they're only short salvos, like 1 or 2 rounds worth. And they're on a fairly quick cooldown, so... How far is that? Probably 800 meters-ish. 8, 9. We'll set it to... We'll set it to 8, fuck it. Doesn't really matter for the toe, but it helps with the gun, obviously. Although, like, I'm probably gonna fire both toes and then fucking just pull into the trees and hide while it reloads. Because I don't want to get in a bad habit of continuing to engage stuff while the toe reloads, which it wouldn't be able to do in real life. Or when they, get the fire control rework implemented. I'm a little suspicious that they haven't pushed up yet. But I'm not sure if it's because they're hung up on something and the pathfinding's had a whoopsie, or if it's just like the moment I leave my position, they're gonna all come pressing over the hill. Because I remember the first time I played this when they came down this flank, I got really impatient and I ate shit because I drove right into them. There. BMP, the first thing I see? Really? Where is you going? Oh, he's going over there. Okay. Oh, shit, okay. No. BMPs. Did not expect that. Other Bradley got hit. I think there were some Marines in Germany, but not like a big number of them. I forget the specifics of it. I know they were up around Norway. There's still a lot of stuff up there. But I think there were, like, a small-ish number in Germany. Identified tank. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Well, that's one toe successfully wasted. Hey! Ah, air support must have fucked them. Like, really fucked them. What the hell? I'm gonna scout ahead a bit with this Bradley. I want to see what's going on back there, because normally you have a lot more shit coming downhill than that. Both Abrams are okay. We lost him. We lost the 2 at the start, so could have gone better. Yeah, so we had 2 Bradleys come down and a single T-80. Then there were a couple of Bradleys up here. I think the M1's destroyed before they could crest fully into my view. Yeah, no clusters yet, but I think they're possibly going to be a thing at some point. Possibly, I don't know for sure. It was discussed a while ago on one of the dev streams, I think, but I don't remember the specifics. Yeah, the Marines only turned up in, like, relatively smaller numbers to Operation Overlord, and not in the main landings. And also, when they did turn up, they had the issue of they were wearing camouflage, and everyone had come to associate camouflage patterns with the Germans, and in particular the SS. So there were a few oopsies. What the fuck? Huh? Did they get hung up in the forest, maybe? I'm confused. Alright, we'll consider this our reconnaissance run. I just want to figure out where the fuck their dudes are. So there's... yeah. 3 vehicles. 3 BMPs and a T-80. It's me there. Then this is their CRP. The T-80 leading the 2 BMPs. Oh, wow. The Air Force actually did something useful. And managed to wipe out 5 fucking tanks. Nice. That would explain a few things. Well, I'll take it. Yeah, we lost 2 crew and 3 vehicles, and they got fucked 9 ways to Sunday. We should be able to see that in the after action. So this is the CRP. My first missile hit a bit too far left and went straight into the fucking front fuel tank. Got eaten by the fuel. The second one was just on the edge of the driver's weak spot and made a bit of a mess at the inside of the tank. Always shoot center of scene mass, that's why. And then these guys got dunked by the BMPs, actually. Interesting. Or, yeah, that one did. That was me getting dunked by the BMPs. That must have happened right as I hit the T-80, I don't know. Oh no, it's just the timeline's ass backwards. Sometimes that happens. Oh, I know why. Because it takes the snapshot when the Sabo hits, I think. So because this went straight through the Bradley and yeeted off into the fucking next province. that would probably be why. Whee! I wonder what the total flight distance of that is. It's a pretty long way. That's a very long way. What the fuck? It's not even in draw distance. Holy shit. Anyway. Yeah, here's the bombs. So that landed right next to him. And that was the only one that registered as a hit, but overpressure doesn't register as hits in the after action. So the others may have been hit by overpressure, by bombs landing right next to them, but not been hit by shrapnel. And then that was me wasting a toe. And then that was a marginally better shot. Barely. That barely got him. Like, it hit right on the lip of the fucking armor there. Anyway, so that's late to the party. So we'll switch over to the second new mission. Which I think is another Bradley mission from memory. It says 2 Bradley missions and then there's a M60 mission. Overpressure effective? Depends. Against soft-skin vehicles, it tends to be. Against tanks, it has to be an extremely near miss. And or an extremely powerful weapon. Like a 500-pound bomb, like a Mark 82, to have a reasonably good chance of fucking a tank up, it needs to land within about 5 meters of the tank, tops. If it lands more than about 10 meters away, it's unlikely to even damage it. And that's mostly going to be the shrapnel, not the overpressure. Overpressure fall off in air is really rapid. It's like a square or something, like it falls off with the square of distance or something like that. It may still need some tuning in this, I'm not sure. It's kind of a hard thing to get right in a game because it's not an exact science. If you want the game to like run at a tolerable frame rate. But yeah, like overpressure is not something tanks really care about unless it's really like a powerful explosion and it's really close to them. When the Brits were doing their nuclear weapons testing out here in the 50s, they parked a Centurion 500 yards from a tower detonated nuclear bomb. I forget the kiloton rating of the bomb, but it was, I think, similar to the one they dropped on Hiroshima, maybe even a little more powerful, and it basically didn't care. It sandblasted the optics on one side of the tank, it fucked up all the external tin work, like the stowage bins and shit, but the tank was fine. They didn't have guys in it, they just left it running and crew bailed out. But yeah, the only reason it wasn't still running is that it had run out of fuel, and I think it had been parked side on, and it had been pushed sideways by a couple of meters, but the tank itself was fine, it didn't care. They fixed the bits that had been dinged up by the blast, and about a decade or two later, it went and served in the Vietnam War, and it's now the Gate Guardian at Robertson Barracks in the Northern Territory. What am I doing? It's on Eastern Hills. So rolling the flank is the next mission. You're 2-section tasked with the clearing of elements of an outflanked enemy motor rifle regiment positioned defensively in front of you. Enemy, 2 companies of BTR-60s, 4 AT gun teams. When I saw AT gun, I was like, did they sneak the MT-12 into this? Not yet. They're SPG-9s. So recoilless rifles, yeah. Well, kind of recoilless rifles. It's they're kind of not. They kind of are. They're kind of not. The SPG-9's a weird weapon. But yeah, enemy units are spread throughout 3 objective areas. Objective Rain is suspected to have a BTR-60 company with 2 AT guns. Objective Hail and Snow has BTR company with 2 AT guns as well. Friendly, 2 M2 Bradleys in your section, 4 M60A3s in platoon. In one platoon, the wording's kind of unclear there, but whatever. In one platoon who are leading the attack, 3 fire missions, 2 smoke missions, 1 air support. Mission is to assist one platoon in seizing objective rain, objective hail, and objective snow. Coordinating instructions. One platoon is leading the attack and you are to support them with fires to destroy any targets identified, focus on flight security and calling artillery and support. The tanks should be leading the attack and doing the bulk of the hard work, we're just supporting them. Overpressure can be mitigated a lot by just a few more millimeters of armor or a non-direct hit, yes. The other thing is, bomb blasts in general have much different effects on tanks and other armored vehicles than they do on, say, buildings. If there's like a UN report floating around about the effects of different common iron bombs on structures, like, you know, to describe the kind of carnage that would happen in, I'm going to pause this for a second, in, say, a certain current event happening in a certain part of the world. You know, a certain genocide that no one wants to acknowledge as a genocide, because then it would be admitting that we're the bad guys, and we have been since the end of World War II. But anyway, there was a report put together about the effects of different common iron bombs, and a 500-pound bomb like a Mark 82, which has 89 kilograms of explosive filler, the bulk of the weight of the weapon is actually the, you know, steel casing, that will do significantly more damage to an urban area than it would do to a tank. You can drop one of those 5-10 meters from a tank and it might not even care. If you drop one of those 5 or 10 meters from a building, it's going to probably destroy much of the facade of the building, if not collapse part of the building. And anyone caught in the open within probably 100-ish meters has a good chance of being maimed or killed. Like, the effects of these weapons, even against hardened structures like concrete buildings or, you know, smaller bunkers, it's significant compared to what happens if it lands near a tank. Anyway, let's get into the mission. Objective rain is directly over the hill. We're going to go ahead and drop some arty on that. I'm going to go ahead and call some air support more towards objective hail, but realistically the air support will just engage the first thing they see as they fly in. These guys are not moving out yet. I wonder if I need to start the attack. I guess maybe I do. Once we start moving, they might start moving. Yeah, there we go. Here comes our air support. I'm going to spread out my buddy. 50 meters. And we're probably going to want high explosive incendiary up to start with, because we're probably going to mostly be engaging the SPG-9s first, because they're the biggest threat to the tanks and to us. The BTRs are a problem for us, and they can damage the tank's optics and things, but I mostly want to make sure we don't get fucked by an SPG. Also, we got to do flank security, so I'll push out this way a bit. And speed it up. Okay, he's running in on something. Dropping a stick of Mark 82s. I think that was on the close objective, objective range, so that's kind of not what I wanted him to do, but we'll just have to deal with it. It's destroyed vehicles down there. Let's slow it down. Shit! Dude. Fucking hell. I'm glad they're looking the wrong way. I'm really glad they weren't prepared for us coming over that direction. Shit. Gun site's damaged. These guys are entrenched, by the way. So you'll be able to see the new trenches in the after action. That's also why they're such a pig to hit. There's another one there. Is he flipped over? Looks like he is. We're out of armor piercing. That's a BMP. I think it's dead, but we're just going to put some rounds into it. HEI is probably not going to do the best job, so we might go to the toe. Just to be sure. Oh, fuck it. Doesn't aim at the fucking center, of course. There we go. Drop some artillery on the backside of that town. I should have used my smoke to obscure objective snow from us. We're lucky we didn't get popped by something. I'm not playing to the best of my ability today, clearly. There's BTR there. M60's just fucking charging off into the wild blue yonder. Chads. Another BMP over there. Oh fuck. Some of them's is alive. Fuck, that is alive. He's gonna engage me, I think. Oh yeah, he's engaging me. He might already be dead. I don't know where the fuck that's guiding. Oh, it's on the... Okay, I know where it's guiding now. Because it's offset from the backup side, of course. We're just going to yeet that guy as well, just to make sure he is in fact dead. Oh, after pushing his buddy's corpse out of our way. Biggest myth of terminal ballistics, the energy transfer. Oh, don't start me. Fucking guys on the fucking Steam forums are like, oh, Sabo hitting a helicopter would blow it to smithereens. Like, no, it'd go through and through. The helicopter probably wouldn't even fucking feel it. Because aluminium skinning on aircraft is so fucking thin, you can severely dent it just by accidentally putting a little bit too much of your body weight on it. I've done that. I've accidentally crinkled a wing leading edge by using it to pull myself up after I got down to inspect under the aircraft. Not, like, badly crinkled, but noticeably it had my fingers dented into it, so... Yeah, Sabo's... It's gonna leave a hole, and if it hits the actual structural members it might break something, but it's just gonna go fucking through and through. The hilarious thing is, the same people who say that kind of shit about Sabo and aircraft are the same people who are like, oh, my fucking 9mm or my fucking 5.56 doesn't do anything, need a real man's 45 ACP. So they can't even be logically consistent with their own fucking bullshit. That was good, no losses. Except on our gunner's primary site. So this mission is set up with some destroyed, like pre-destroyed vehicles as you come in to show that the enemy have already been attacked along their frontage, and that's why the SPG guys are facing away from us. is they were expecting the attack to come from this direction, not from directly on their flank. So that was their previous front position there. Yeah, and generally when you hit those with a Sabo in GHPC, it will fucking kill the helicopter. Where did the SPGs go? Because I want to get up close to one so you guys can see it. Oh. Is there one here? Where are the fucking SPGs? Oh, here. So yeah, here's the SPG-9. This is essentially a very close relative of the Grom, the BMP-1's gun. The BMP-1's Grom is essentially just a cut-down version of this. It's an interesting weapon. It's kind of... Okay, so it's a recoilless rifle, because it has a firing charge that propels the round out of the barrel. It's rocket-assisted. And technically it's firing grenades. So hence rocket-propelled grenade, right? But it's still got the burst charge to fucking fling the thing out of the tube. So they're interesting weapons. It's a relative of the RPG, but it's not like 100% the same principle. Cool weapon. Still found all over the world in conflicts to this day. If you disagree, they call it basic physics. Yeah, basic physics, because they never actually learn basic physics themselves. They don't fucking understand how it works. The average person, when they say something is like, they try and use science to justify their ridiculous fucking takes, it's like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Please shut the fuck up. I love the Dunning-Kruger effect. It is my favorite thing. Please tell me more stupid shit that you're confidently wrong about. I wish that I had the brains to study physics. I really enjoyed physics in high school, but I did try and study it, but by that point I've been out of high school for a few years and I've just completely forgotten how to do anything. Like the first couple of lectures I went in, it was like they were talking Swahili. I had no fucking clue what was going on, so it's like, yeah, I love physics, but maybe not for me. Not beyond a high school level. Also, in full disclosure, I used to go for the stopping power, fucking kinetic transfer shit when I was a teenager and too stupid to know any better. But, you know, clearly I do not still believe that because I have learned to fucking read. Sort of. And when I recognize somebody actually has qualifications relevant to the field and they tell me I'm a fucking idiot and to shut the fuck up, I do. A critical life skill that the vast majority of the human population unfortunately was never taught. People think hash is the be-all and all of weapons. Yeah, particularly Brits, because if it's anything the Brits invented, it's amazing, right? Despite the fact that, with very few exceptions, most of the weapons the Brits invent are either very flawed or just outright fucking trash. I say this again as someone who in their teens bought the fucking Kool-Aid of, oh, the Challenger 2 is the best tank, it's the most heavily armoured, blah 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 blah. And then as I grew up, it's like, no, the Challenger 2 is kind of a piece of shit. It's a cool piece of shit, I really like it. For the same reason I still like the Panther, even though I figured out German tanks are kind of pieces of shit. It's because, it's shitty, but in cool and interesting and fun ways. Unless you're the guy that has to, ride it into battle, in which case it's probably not so fun or cool. You guys probably don't need to sit through every single one of those 171 after action report snapshots, so we'll just go to the next mission. Didn't learn much about weapons when I learnt mechanics, but I definitely learned enough to know that shooting an AP FSDS through cargo over at B8 will not do shit. Yeah. Like, the thing is, a lot of the weapon-specific stuff, it's, if you take it out of the context of weapons, it's things that you would learn to apply through other fields. So, you know, physics doesn't magically start working differently for weapons. It's just recognizing where the crossover is. Cheap tricks. This is the third of the new missions. Situation: your 4 platoon tasked with the clearing of elements of an enemy motor rifle regiment positioned defensively in front of you. Enemy: 1 company of BTR-60s, 1 platoon of BTRs is replaced with a platoon of BMP-1s, 2 ATGM teams, 2 AT gun teams. Enemy units are spread through the 2 objective areas. Objective Talc is suspected to have a BTR-60 platoon. Objective Chalk has a remainder. AT and ATGM teams are expected in the vicinity of Objective Chalk as well. Friendly: 4 M60A3 patterns in your platoon. Yeah, I know it's not technically an M60A3 pattern because I never officially called it the pattern. No one cares. 12 M113s. I kind of want them to just call the 113 a Gavin in a briefing, see how many people it triggers. In a company who are leading the sweep. 3 fire missions, 1 smoke mission, 1 air support. Platoonists to assist A company in seizing Objective Talc and Objective Chalk. Coordinating instructions: A company is leading the attack and you are to support them with fire to destroy any targets identified. They're in 113, remember. Sabro fucks up tanks, so therefore it fucks up health. Yeah, it's and the idea that the reason Sabro fucks up tanks is because it has to get through all this extra armored material, and a lot of the fucking up is being done by the plug of armor being pushed out by the Sabro. It's just lost on them. But no, fucking kinetic transfer.
Motor ready, Sabo loaded, gunner ready, Sabo index.
It's the same as fucking a human being hit by a bullet. It's not because the thing is doing kinetic transfer the way they think it is. It's because the fucking hydrostatic shock is doing all the damage. And the hydrostatic shock is dictated more by the velocity of the fucking thing than the size of the fucking thing. Okay, they're gonna take the road, I guess? Yeah, they're going to take the road, so we're just going to come straight in. I'm going to call air support on whatever. I'm going to drop Artie on Objective Chalk. Do I want to smoke? I don't know. And I don't know if... Oh, yeah, this is White Foss. The White Foss smoke is going to blind us. Whereas the other smoke that NATO sometimes gets in GHPC is transparent and they can see through it. Formation line, formation spacing 50 meters. We'll crawl over the crest.
Gunner, Sabo anti-tank, reverse left, check target.
Fuck.
Gunner, Sabo anti-tank.
Oh fuck!
Identified.
SPG-9s.
Fire heat. On the way. Target. Check target. Gunner heat anti-tank. Identified.
Whoa.
Fire. Constructed.
That was bad noise. I'm gonna just pop my own smoke.
Check target.
We're already ranged, so...
Reverse right. Heading. Heading. On. Identified. On the way. Target. Reengage. On the way. Target. Reengage. Target. Off.
Timing on that air support wasn't as good as I fucking hoped. Jesus Christ.
Gunner heat. PC. Reverse right.
Where are you? Shit.
Heading. On the way. Target. Check target. Gunner heat. PC. Reverse right. On. Identified.
I don't see it. I I see one burning, but I don't see the other. He's dead, I think, but we're going to give him another just to be sure.
Council, re-engage.
Okay, well, one of my buddies sees the guy that my TC's calling out, so I'll just let him handle it.
Target, cease fire. Gunner GHPC.
Engage that one because I saw it first.
Next target, Gunner GHPC. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Cease fire. Gunner GHPC. Identified. On the way. Target. Cease fire.
Worried about those other anti-tank positions that were spotted. Hopefully they're knocked out.
Gunner GHPC. Identified. Fire. Target. Re-engage.
Really?
Next
Oh,
target.
it's down.
Gunner GHPC. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Cease fire.
So we lost one M60. That's not great, but it's okay. We'll start pushing in now to support the 113s. Did I already hit that guy?
Gunner table
No, I
PC.
didn't.
Identified. Target. Re-engage. On the way. Over. Re-engage. Over. Re-engage. Target. Cease fire.
Hey! The 113's got a bit strung out, they're still flowing in. How many Dwigglers? Possibly none? Christmas Miracle? Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We might have all of them. Or maybe like one got taken out. That's pretty fucking solid. Oops, we probably just about lost one there. But yeah, that's a good result. Damn. Sorry about the coughing. Oh, I forgot to show you the entrenched positions in the last mission. And I don't think this one has any. Fuck. It's alright, we won't see them in some others. Alright, let's go park here. We'll do our little battlefield overview. Oh, hang on. No, that is a BTR, so I don't know if we lost any 113s. I don't think we did. Hell yeah. Good shit. There they are, over there. Look at them all. Look at them all go. They're so cute. Little shit boxes. Play any other war games like Flashpoint or Modern Operations? Play plenty of. Well, I used to play plenty of war games. I don't as much anymore. I don't really do like the really in-depth sort of stuff like CMO. I want to do combat mission, but I've never got around to it. I got friends that play it, and I usually just backseat them. Like, they'll stream and I'll watch them play. But yeah, like, the sort of more in-depth or, like, tactical or strategic stuff I don't really do as much, because I just don't have the attention span for it, like, to learn it. I've played a little bit of Steel Armor Blaze of War, a bit of old, what was it, Iron Warriors or whatever, the old Balkans on Fire one, with the T-72s and shit. Played that a bit. I used to play that on my laptop, like my old laptop when I was traveling, because it would run on a potato as an old game. And then, you know, obviously flight sims, but Armor back in the day when I used to play with 345th. What else? Cold Waters. I think I've streamed Cold Waters before, but not like for ages, because I'm not that good at it. It's more slow paced. Yeah, I dabble in all sorts of stuff, but yeah, I don't do the like more sort of control-y, like where I'm responsible for other, like where I'm responsible for all my unit stuff, because I tend to kind of suck at that. I used to play Wargame quite a bit, especially European Escalation, but again, that was something I'd play with friends because I kind of suck at the controlling multiple things at once aspect and the logistics aspect, so they just let me do all the tank stuff and the mechanized infantry stuff, and they would take care of everything else. He got really unlucky. Oh, by the way, in this update, they changed the internal structure of the M60's gun mantlet, because it turns out when they cast the M60's gun mantlet, the actual real component, it had an air pocket, by design, mind you, in the middle of the mantlet. Don't ask me why. That has now been modeled, and so the gun mantlet of the M60 is significantly less protective than it used to be. And you can see that right there. It went in, it threw fragments all around the air pocket, and then the main fucking chemical jet went yeet straight into the gun breech block, and it threw a piece of spalling through the loader into the ammunition. So he got supremely unlucky. On the other hand, the second ATGM to hit didn't actually fuck the tank up. Bounced a couple times before going off. So there's your SPG-9 dudes. Opposite situation of War Thunder, there it had nothing that would be behind the air gap. Incredible. Oh, that wasn't actually the one that fucked him up. It hit the propellant casing and warhead, but it didn't actually penetrate it. So it bounced off the casing. What killed him was that ATGM. And yeah, that would do the job. That would definitely do the job. So there's him, man. Cool. Let's do some codex crunching. I'm gonna do something like really painful to start with because it's funny. Actually, no. I won't do something that's super... no, I'll do something moderately painful. I'm not going to do the full sicko mode, because then I would actually pull my hair out, and I don't want this to be like another 5 hours me trying to complete a mission. So we're going to do Kingly Kayak, which is not easy at the best of times. Actually, you know what? No, let's do King Kestrel, because this is normally an Abrams mission. This would be true sicko mode, but I ain't got that in me at this point. So we're gonna do this. And we're gonna we're gonna do this. This is early 1970s right here. I actually, because I was curious, I looked it up, like, I think Thursday or Friday, when, M735 entered service, and it was way later than I expected. The Americans were still using APDS, like, way later than I expected. So yeah, we're going to be fighting... I guess this would be like mid-70s kind of setup. Let's fight SPG-9s instead of ATGMs, because SPG-9s are cool. Use them 3BM15. Yeah, 3BK14. And we'll just leave them with 3BM20 for that. This is gonna hurt. I'm also way behind on chat. Subject to so many people who think they're insanely smart. Yeah, I could only imagine. Like, the fucking quantity of letters that physicists must get from fucking crackpots. Jesus.
Loader ready! Tamo loaded! Gunner ready! Tamo in deck!
Debating which side I want to come up. Probably this one. Because of the terrain here, if you... I'm just going to slow this down for a minute, slow my roll. But if you look, this little, like, sort of re-entrant in the terrain here, like where it bulges out and then comes back in, if I'm cresting the hill on that, anything parked here or here is going to skull fuck me. And I'm going to be... anything parked here, I'm going to be right on top of, with no time to engage. This also is a sucky position to come up, but it's less awful than this one. Just barely less awful, because this is a little flatter than this. So I'll have slightly more warning. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to drop... fuck. What's the lay of the land? I'm going to drop artillery on the back slope of that. I'm going to call Kaz in this general area. And I'm going to hold the smoke for now, and then drop it as we're cresting. Also, looking at what we're going to be engaging, yeah, we'll leave the battle site at 1200. We're going to probably be engaging targets between 200 and 1500 if they've got stuff parked back here. So, I don't want to fuck with that too much. Ooh, MiG-23BM. Oh shit, Giggles! Hey dude, hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody, long time no see. I used to stream once upon a time. What is you doing? I think the Phantom flight path needs a bit of tweaking. Anyway, welcome to the stream, everybody. We're doing some GHPC. I have not streamed this for a couple of updates. I'm gonna move my guys into... See, I don't want to crest in wedge, because then it means I'm the first thing the enemy see, and I get focus fired, but I don't want to crest in line, because it means if there's any targets immediately to our left, my guys aren't going to engage them. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Echelon left to hug the contour of the hill. Just doing some Reforger? Nice. Yeah, I've done a little bit of Reforger off stream over the past few months. Not much though. I don't want to get back into it. I'm going to drop some more artillery there-ish. That's a BMP. Possibly knocked out, but we're going to make sure. I forgot, this thing doesn't account for parallax. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. I give up. Yeah, so the M60A1 doesn't adjust for parallax, so for really close range targets, you get completely fucked over. I'm stunned he hasn't killed me yet. Okay, now we're going to go line formation and turn in this way a little. Imagine remembering to set your phone to silent while streaming. Who does that? I'm going to do a quick restock as well, because I'm probably going to crest the hill into a bunch of shit in front of me. Now, next artillery, I reckon we're going to drop about there. Oh, maybe there. I'm expecting the enemy to be placed along tree lines, so there's probably going to be some there, there, and or there, and there will almost certainly be some there. There might be some there. But I only have so much artillery on call, so I don't want to waste it. You'll have to excuse my constant coughing, I'm a little sick.
Sergeant, I saw a bomb with a parachute, Sergeant.
Steve, cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Identified tank. Fuck the PC, I am focused on this. It's a T-72. Okay, well that solves that problem. I'm gonna drop smoke there, just in case. We're gonna engage the stuff to our front. He's bailed. Can't see it. Oh, I can. Kinda just barely. Oh shit, the T-72 sees me. We'll engage him first. That T-72 is still up, because of course he is. We hit him with fucking APDS, which won't do shit to a T-72 frontally. Oops, that's not the button I wanted. Sorry for blinding you guys. Presumably, as the game develops and the AI get tweaked, they get little tweaks here and there constantly, they'll figure out how to conduct their own independent burn drills. So I won't have to kind of worry about them not engaging because I'm backing up. I don't see it. Oh, it's behind the fucking hay bale? Nah, fuck that. Someone else can deal with it. So we're rocking the early/mid 70s setup here, and the American ammunition in this time period is complete dog shit and basically won't annoy a Soviet MBT from the front. It took them until about the late-ish 70s before they really had much hope at all at like this kind of engagement versus tanks. Because they kind of, you know, were busy doing other things in Vietnam at the time and maybe didn't focus as much on Soviet armor and countering Soviet armor as they probably should have. Fucking dog shit stabilizer. Oh shit. He must see something over there. Maybe? Oh. The night vision doesn't quite bloom out in the day as much as I would expect it to. I'm not sure if that's still in need of adjustment. I should probably flash blind you if you do that during the day, even by accident. Also, the early M60A1 variants, like the AOS, they don't have smoke grenades, so, you know, this is great. This is just fine. We did actually get him through his frontal weak spot at least. But it was calling a second one? Oh yeah, right there, shit. We've lost a tank. Not surprised. I'm actually kind of stunned it took this long. You can see how the gunner's auxiliary sight is way more stable, like I was talking about before, with the M48 in Prairie Fire. So if I'm like doing a lot of jockeying, and especially because this sight is more like it's in line with the gun, it's coaxial to it, whereas the GPS is mounted on the turret roof, this is the better sight to use, unless you really need the full FCS. Multiplayer, not yet. It's probably going to be the last thing that gets added just because it's really complex to integrate with what's already in the game. They had to kind of start from scratch on multiplayer due to some stuff outside their control. I think that's everything. Well, we survived-ish. We lost 2 tanks. Yeah, multiplayer is going to be awesome. Let's push up this ridgeline and see if any of them are retreating down the valley. If they are, we'll pop them. If not, we'll go to the after action. And I think I'll get one more mission in. I did want to do some more missions, like with the new sort of Codex expansion pack vehicles, but I'm just not going to have time. I'll do it maybe next time I stream GHPC. Ultimately, there aren't that many vehicles that add, like, fully different gameplay styles. Oh, no, shit, there's, sorry, there were 4 new missions. I'm a dumbass. I forgot Pronged Pursuit. So we'll do that, and then we'll do one more Codex Merge mission. I think that's everything. That worked out decently. 5 crew lost, two tanks. but we made a much bigger dent on them. We got really lucky there. Single piece of spalling hit a propellant casing. We got a APDS in under the gun. So this is, remember, this is the original T-72 model. This is essentially a T-72 Ural. The turret is cast steel. There's no composite in the turret of this version. So by hitting it under the gun, that's basically flat onto us, and it's already thinner because, you know, the gun's there. It has to have clearance for the gun to elevate and depress. So that was about the one place we could penetrate that thing frontally through the turret. Through the hull, you can get it through the driver's weak spot, which I think we might have done to one of the others. Oh, that went into the coaxial gun port. Didn't penetrate though. Yeah, so we got a heat round in there, and it wasn't directly into the driver's weak spot, but it was, well, kind of was. Like, it was just thin enough that it got through. That nearly did. And then, oh yeah, we got that one in too. So the M392 is not great, but if you hit them directly, like, almost on the turret ring, on the, like, under the gun, it will seem to get through at, you know, sub 1,000 meter ranges. Beyond 1,000 meters, yeah, probably not. Good luck. You can see that the whole composite just eats it for breakfast. It doesn't even have a hope in hell. Direct artillery hit, but he was already bailed out. And that was it for shots. 1 second. Okay, so we'll do Pronged Pursuit, which is a night mission with the T-62, and then we'll do one more mission with some of the new vehicles. Just gonna remember which map it's on. North Fields, I think? Yeah. And I didn't read the briefing. Oops. Essentially, I'll pause it and I'll read the briefing when the mission starts. But essentially, we're chasing a retreating American force with a mixed sort of force of our own of T-62s and BMPs. We start out as the pursuing group, and then halfway through the mission, we swap to the blocking formation. But it's a night mission, and the Americans have thermal sights because they're M60A3 TTS, and we have active IR sights, so it's not ideal for us. It's not really a pushover. Oh, you gotta unpause to open that. Situation: weakened enemy battalion is attempting to retreat under the cover of night. Approximately a company-sized force remaining with M60s, 113s, and supporting elements. Friendly is a T-62 company, BMP platoon, howitzer battery with HE and limited smoke rounds. No flares, notably for night fighting. Scout helicopter flight. Mission: delay the enemy's withdrawal to allow our flanking force to destroy them at their rally point. Coordinating instructions: when you've reached the blocking position, you'll take command of the flanking force for the final attack. Sorry, we're the blocking and they're the flanking, you know what I mean. Other artillery flare support will not be available in order to preserve the element of surprise, yeah. These trees are kind of an annoying obstacle, but just have to work through them. Start dropping artillery on that end of town. Just try and flush them out a little. This tank's already spotted. I don't see them yet. TC sees something. Oh, right there. Kind of blundered into a bad position here. I should have gone around the other side of the trees. Oh, there's another tank down there, but I don't see it. I'll just have to crawl forwards until I can. Thankfully, our scout helicopter appears to be distracting a lot of them. Okay, he's dead. We'll start dropping artillery down that road in a minute. Kind of slow on this push though. So the sun's just gone down, so we do have some ambient light. It's not the worst, but we'll just stick with the night vision for now. Go around the town. Not yet, but that will be added at some point. It's just not super high priority yet. He's gonna yeet himself into a house because I didn't think to pathfind around it for him, but whatever. It's fine. Just need to get to the blocking position in a hurry. Drive in front of the BMPs and get clapped by them as they try and shoot stuff. They won't fire, they won't attempt to fire through friendlies at enemies anymore, but if you're moving quickly and you suddenly drive in front of them without warning, they might still hit you, so it's best not to drive across the front of enemy vehicles as they engage somebody else. Who would have thought? Just like in the infantry, don't walk in front of the fucking machine gun. Oh, movement. Fuck, I don't see it. Oi! That's something there. Can I reverse, please? Low. Still up. Shit. This could be going a lot better. Oh, you're moving too? Shit. Tank there, I think it is. Yeah, it is. And he didn't like me doing that. Oh yeah, shit, he's way closer than I thought.
Здесь потеряно! Готово! Готово!
There's another thing over there.
Подкалиберный.
By thing I of course mean tank.
Цель понял. Выстрел! Перелет.
Really?
На 30! Здесь
Fuck.
потеряно!
Oh, there's 3 of them.
Готово!
4.
Подкалиберный! Готово! Здесь потеряно! Подкалиберный! Готово! Выстрел! Здесь потеряно! Готово! Выстрел! Перелет!
Can't even see him. He's behind a pair of trees.
Готово!
Okay, we got him.
На 30! Готово! Прекратить огонь!
Fucking love the voice acting in this game. Need to restock. Oh, actually, yeah, no, we'll restock Sabo first, then we'll restock Heat afterwards. This is our last fucking tank. Holy shit. I've really fucked up. I need to get down there. Okay. Wish me luck. We're gonna sprint for it. While restocking as well. I'm gonna smoke that actually. Just wanna get this guy down into. Oh, fuck me. Behind some. Oh, never mind. We got force switched. Sorry about taking the mic by coughing. I don't have a way of quickly muting it, so I'm just gonna have to deal. Truck. Fuck it. I'd rather engage tanks and APCs. Can't quite. Okay, that's it there. A little low. And I'll be careful I don't lose too many tanks here, because I've already lost so many. If I lose too many more, I'm going to fail a mission. So let's cluster of M113s. Got no artillery left, no smoke left. Just gonna have to do it raw. Oh, fuck me. One of our guys just got blown up. Troops there. That's a tank. Go to HE. Oh shit. Got him. They're all dead, but just to make sure. Night fighting in this game is really, really cool. Very scary, especially in the older tanks, but very cool. Okay, I'll quickly go through the AAR and then I'll do one more mission, and then I really gotta go. It's been nice to get another stream in though. Good to see you guys. We took pretty bad losses, but still not as bad as them. Didn't really help us initially that we were attacking downhill, because it kind of sets us up for, like, they can easily pen our frontal armor, and it's a little harder for us to get good angles on them. But that explains why I was having so much trouble killing him. He was back to me. I couldn't tell which end of the tank was which, because the night vision's so crap. So I got extremely lucky with some of these penetrating hits. That one's much better. Through the turret cheek, even though they up-armored it. Alright, you know what, we'll skip through that. Don't need to go through the whole after action. So I'll do one more mission. I think I'll do... which one do I want to do? Savage Scream, I think. So one of the things is, because you can now switch around vehicles and ammo and stuff in instant action, even on missions where you can only play one team, like they're only set up for one faction, you can do this cool thing. Oh, that's going to be painful, actually, finding Bradley's, but oh well. Yeah, no, we'll go APDS, because I think 735 was like 77, 78 when it came into service, so basically rocking a lot of DS at this point. So that's what we'll roll with, and we'll see how this goes. The Bradleys are going to be really dangerous, though, like way more dangerous than the M60s now. Look at those beauties. Notice though, it uses the default faction's platoon structure. So instead of platoons of 3, which we would have as a Warsaw Pact unit, we've got platoons of 4, because this is a mission set up to be playing as the Americans. Okay, our opening engagement is going to be 2,400 meters ish. So I'm gonna just pre-sign it's 24 and we'll adjust on the fly as needed. Here come the BMPs. Hey Seraphim, it's going well. Yeah, I've been busy doing real life stuff, so I haven't been streaming much at all, basically this year, but especially the last few months. I was only planning on streaming for like 2 or 3 hours today, and here we are, like 6.5 hours in. So I guess, you know, old habits die hard. Although, to be fair, like an hour of that was me fucking around trying to get armor to open up, when, because it had to update, right? When I could have just bypassed the update by launching it directly from the fucking folder. But I'm not a smart man, so instead we fucked around for like an hour while I sat there talking on the BRB screen. The usual Ross streaming experience. Don't you cut me off, bitch. Tonnage has right of way. Okay. Our CAS is probably still going to be American planes. I didn't think about that, because this is set up for the Americans, so this will be interesting to see the artillery set up for them as well. But I like this mission, so I just wanted to get the T-64R in on it. My guys are struggling to catch up a little. Should probably slow down and wait for them. Phantoms. So yeah, it'll swap the vehicles in the customization menu, but it won't swap the air support and it won't swap the platoon structure. So it's something to be aware of, but it is a cool feature to have. I can actually see it. It's in the trees. Captured F4s, yeah, totally. I was going to drop smoke on him, because I can't quite see him, and I don't want him seeing me and fucking me up. dead already. Air support might have done it.
Подкалиберный. На 30. ПТР. Цель понял. Огонь. Выстрел. Цель.
First round hit.
Цель. Подкалиберный. На 35. Танк. Цель понял. Огонь.
That's not. Oh, shit, that's not what I wanted to do at all.
Выстрел. МТ. Вертолет. Цель потеряна. Кумулятивным. Цель потеряна. Подкалиберным. На 30. Танк. Цель понял. Огонь.
I can't quite see.
Выстрел. Перелет. Цель потеряна. МТ.
Let's keep pushing up. Looks like our other platoon got fucking mulched by the Bradleys. I'm just gonna call in more air support because we really need it here. The Bradleys are the biggest threat by far. I don't know what his issue is. He might be tracked.
Подкалиберным. На 30. Танк. Цель потеряна.
Buddy sees him. I don't. Oh, you'd best be dead. I think he is, but just to be sure. He's definitely dead now. Fuck. Where? Shit. Oh! Ooh!
Подкалиберным. На 25. ПТР. Выстрел.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Выстрел.
Shit. I was way too quick on the trigger there.
Кумулятивным на 25. ПТР. Цель понял. Огонь.
Fucking can't see him. There he is.
Выстрел. МЗ. Перенос.
Over.
Выстрел. МЗ. Миномет.
Short.
Выстрел. Перенос.
Over.
МЗ.
Fucking hell. Please reload faster.
Выстрел. Цель. Огонь. Выстрел. Миномет.
Short.
Выстрел. МЗ. Цель.
What are you made of?
Огонь. Выстрел. Миномет.
I want to believe he's out of toes, because he might have been the guy that fucked up the other platoon.
Цель.
But I don't know if I do believe that.
Прекратить огонь.
You can catch some too, you bitch.
МЗ.
There we go. And now I'm going to have to restock all my ammo. Well, this didn't go as planned, but, you know, oh well. We're not going to have much ammo left to finish off the mission either. Like I said, the Bradley's in this because of the mission setup I'm using, where the Americans had the older APDS ammunition. The Bradleys are way more dangerous than the M60s. Way, way more dangerous. So we popped 2 over there, 1 there. Ooh, T55 Rex. 2 there. He was, I think he was already dead, and he was just, you know, a Ghost Rider rolling down the hill. Then we got him. And there was some M60s over the next ridge, I think. Two, 3 saber rounds, 2 heat rounds in the front rack, so we need to make our shots count. Oh, fuck. I forgot, there's M901s in this mission, and you can't change the M901s out at the moment, because they're not playable. So the 901 spawned in the position our other platoon went to. So I picked possibly one of the worst missions to do this, like, half-assed side-swapping stuff on, but oh well. It's been a novel experience, at least. So yeah, like, you're not getting the same experience you would be if you fully were able to swap factions, but it does make for some interesting scenarios. And you can do, like, red versus red and blue versus blue tanks. There's nothing stopping you from doing that, or, like, mixing sides. So you could do, like, the full-on Codex crunch of, like, mixed US and Soviet tanks versus, like, the East Germans or something. Or, like, mixed each way, so you've got a bit of everything on each team. gonna drop artillery there as I roll up on this hill. One round left to load. Trying to screen those BMPs a little from the M60s, probably too little too late.
Подкалиберный, на 45. Так, цель понял. Огонь! Вперед!
Rangefinder doesn't work below 1,000 meters.
Прицел! Цель! Прекратить огонь! Подкалиберный!
What the fuck? Oh, right, I tapped the brakes right as I fired. Fire gating is also waiting on the FCS rework. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Oh, and my tank is soft killed. I think this is a bug. I've had it happen a few times. Like, I've lost control of my tank, but it's not showing as knocked out. Oh, this guy's... he can drive. It's just his transmission's broken. So he's stuck in second gear. Good, good. I mean, not good, but we can work with it. Actually, this is going to be painfully slow. Maybe we can't work with it. But I also can't control the BMPs. I really should have picked, like, literally any other mission but this one to do this with, but, you know.
Подкалиберный, на 35. Так, цель понял. Огонь! Выстрел! Вперед! Выстрел! Вперед! Выстрел! МЗ! Вперед! Подкалиберный, на 30. Так, цель понял. Цель. Цель. Подкалиберный, на 30. Цель потеряна.
Can't tell where that landed. Probably a touch short. And I think my keyboard battery, no. Yes, no. Okay, keyboard was playing up. I think it needs a new battery. And we lost. See if I can pop this guy at least. Yeah, so I could have made some better life choices there. I think I'm just going to call it here. I need to go, so we'll go through the AAR really quickly because I want to show you guys the Dual-Tex M60s because they look kind of cool. And then I will head off. I probably won't do a raid tonight just because I don't really want to have to go through the thing of finding a channel and dropping a raid on them. Well, actually, you know what? No, I will. I'll just set it up through my phone so it's quicker. Really unlucky hit there. Yeah, so it was actually the Bradley doing most of the damage. Look, it's the Gill Armor. The Gill Armor actually doing its job. Like, one of the very few times you'll actually see it do the thing it was designed to do. Right there. He got hit directly by a bomb. There we go. That's the dual text camo on the M60A1 Rise 1977 sort of setup. So there's now 3 camouflage patterns for the Americans in GHPC, but it depends on the vehicle. So the older ones, like the M60A1 and the AOS, use Master. This specific version of the Rise uses dual text, and then everything else is just MERDC or olive green, one or the other. Kind of curious where that last one hit me, to be honest. And my keyboard is once again playing up. I am pretty certain my batteries are dying. Oh wait, the fucking ITVs were actually on our side. Okay, so they were on our side, but yeah, I couldn't swap them out for another vehicle, so that's something at least. Bradley getting near missed by a bomb. M60 getting hit by one. Yeah, which is cool. I'm all for more wacky camo jobs being added to the game, as long as they're like, you know, as long as there's historical precedent for it. And that's what the devs do. Like, if they can find something that they have actual historical precedent for that's cool like that, they'll add it. So some of the like external stowage you see on the tanks, like for example the suitcases on the back of the T-80, that's because some of the Soviet tank crews in Germany would bring extra clothes with them, and they just, like when they're going on exercises in Germany, they just throw suitcases on the back of the tank, because then when they're on leave, they want to have their, you know, nice clothes, or they'd want to have like spare uniforms or whatever. So you can see there, the composite isn't rendered in the damage model, so you can't actually see the composite in the turret. You can see the weld marks on the roof though. But yeah, that hit the composite and was actually stopped on the back plate, surprisingly. Well, mind you, it's a nearly 2,000 meter shot with APDS, so. Anyway, I'm going to see who I can send you to, because I need some dinner and a drink. What the fuck is Twitch doing? Would you actually like to work, please? Okay, who have we got on? Robert, Tristan, Adri. I'm just gonna send you guys to Robert tonight. I think he's playing U-Boat. There we go. So we got a minute and a half before the raid goes off. But yeah, thank you all very much for hanging out with me tonight, guys. Streams are going to continue popping up when they pop up, probably once every month or two, for the time being, because real life is just busy and takes precedent over streaming. But it has been nice to get a stream in. Next one, ideally I'd like to do some DCS, but we'll see how that goes. Partly because DCS has been temperamental, partly because, you know, just I might not feel like it on the day. But yeah, hopefully we'll get some DCS in, maybe some more Gunner Heat PC. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming anything else in the time being, just because I don't have the time to commit to streaming things anymore. I don't want to come out and say I'm going to stream this game, or I'm going to stream, like, especially single player stuff. But even like, I want to say, I'm going to pick up this new game and stream that, or I'm going to stream this thing that people have been asking me to stream for ages, because like, I don't have the time and I can't guarantee I'll actually do it. So, anyway, yeah, thank you all very much for hanging out with me. And hopefully, it's not too long before I see you guys again. Enjoy Robbo. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, wherever you may be. And stay safe. We'll catch you on the next one, whenever that happens.